Hello, we're live. There's no music. Also, I feel like the game is super quiet. There we go. Better. Alrighty, how's it going? Thank you, by the way, Hapidjus underscore. Appreciate the membership. Thank you very much. So we're going to be playing Manor Lords. Have you heard about it? Everybody's talking about it. City builder extraordinaire. So for those who don't know, and I'm sure most of you here at the beginning anyway do, I work on this game. So I'm a designer and writer, just all-around developer. Low-tier developer, I would say, but whatever. The team are like the real guys. I just, I don't know how I'm getting by, basically. But anyways, I just thought it'd be fun to kind of play through the game. A lot of people, you know, I mention this every now and then in different videos that I work on this game, and people say like, hey, you should stream it or do videos on it and talk about like what you do and stuff. So I thought it'd be fun to stream. I was kind of waiting until there's an echo sound. Admiral Siffy says, holy echo sound. I don't see no echo on my end. You'll have to let me know. Not for me. Is it open on multiple windows, Admiral? Yeah, let me know. It shouldn't be. You know, I record all my videos the same way. All good? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so people ask me, you know, what do you do on the game and stuff like that. So, but just as a word of warning, you're not going to get any secret info here or anything like that. I can't talk about upcoming features or anything really, you know, so nip that one in the bud straight away. I'm sure I'll have to mention that throughout, but we can talk about like what I did on the game and, you know, speculate about what could be coming in the future a little bit or something. But for the most part, like, you know, we're just going to be playing it, and I'll be kind of talking through like some of the decisions of how we got to these things and just, you know, riffing with you guys and seeing what you think of everything. So I wanted to wait until the next beta was out because we were really busy. The beta came out a month and a half ago, I think. And it has this huge update. For us, it's huge anyway, from like the last 9 months. And there's loads of reasons why it took that long, but it did. And huge system overhaul to the game. The team has swelled in size. You know, everyone's coming on board, learning the ropes and stuff, and it's going great behind the scenes anyway. But I do know that it took a little while for you guys to get it. Anyways, it's been in beta, working on bug fixes, and the latest beta update has dropped, and we're hopefully, you know, nearing the finish line. As people can see, there's tons and tons of fixes in this last one. So I felt like now's a good time to be able to load it up and chat through the game and talk about what's going on and just have some good times. I made a cup of tea, nice wholesome cozy stream here in the evening as it's getting a little chilly out there. Streaming 2 windows was the problem, no worries. Keep it that way. Help my view count. Dude, I like the way you play, slow and calm. Yeah, some people say, like, do you do that on purpose? And it's like, no, not really. It's just how I play games, I guess. I think I am just a slow player, generally speaking. All right. Just gonna get cozy, get my chair cozy. I actually ordered a new desk. I'm looking forward to it. So anyway, just really quickly, I didn't want to do, like, a series or loads of videos or anything. It is a bit weird. You know, I'm a developer on the game, so it's a bit strange. I don't know, I don't want to put any attention on me towards the game, and if you know what I mean, like, it's Greg's game. Greg is the lead developer, director, it's his game, and I'm just helping. And I'm very happy to. And so I don't know, he's never said not to do anything, but I just felt, I don't really want to be like, if it was my game, I'd be out there streaming it all the time, just for, well, not all the time, but, you know, every now and then. Talking about what I'm planning on doing, getting feedback, like, and stuff like that. He's kind of been there, done that now for like 6-7 years, so I can understand he just wants to work on it, and, you know, he's got a team to manage and all of that. So anyway, that's just why, for people who are wondering why I don't cover it a lot anymore, is because it doesn't quite feel right. But a lot of people did ask, like, they want to know more about like the latest updates and stuff, so I thought, yeah, let's just give it a go. We'll give it a shot. Hopefully I don't say anything that gets me fired. But it should be fine. All right, so I was planning on just playing a pretty regular game. I'll do full screen once we get in, but yeah, we'll just pick, I don't know, a fat bald guy. That's gonna be me. You know, I'm almost there. And let's go with some sort of blue. Why not? And whatever, doesn't really matter. A circle. Yeah, kind of like it actually. And his name is Jobst. Hans von Schlong. Of course. Now, in this latest update, if you haven't played, so you have to opt in to the beta to get this update. So this update first came out about 6-7 weeks ago. And if you hadn't played even that update, you know, it's a huge amount of changes that have come to the game, and I suggest you read the Steam posts about what's happened. But I'll talk through some of the differences and stuff. One of the main things is there's now AI. It is first iteration AI. It's not really there to properly challenge you yet, but it's come so far in such a short time. The AI programmer is brilliant, and he does a lot of great work on the game, just generally adding in tons of stuff and tons of features. He's like done a lot of the optimizations that have happened recently with like the ox will get the nearest log, or pathfinding improvements and stuff like that. Well, not pathfinding, order of choice improvements of what to go where and make things more efficient for your game, I suppose. So he's great, and he's done a lot of that stuff because he's observing the AI and he's like, these could be more efficient. So he puts in things. So it's really cool to see him do that. But anyway, I just thought I'd mention, I'll throw on one AI. I think we'll play on one of the new maps. Divided is kind of my favorite at the moment. Oh, no, sorry, Jagged Cliffs, yes. So I was thinking Jagged Cliffs would be a good one to go with. And I'll catch my chat and read it a bit better just once we kind of get going, because there'll be lots of downtime when we're just letting time play and doing things. Although I guess I'll catch it here in a sec. Found you trying to watch Anopax Romana, Manor Lords, let's go. Hey, Kucny, I don't know how to say that, Cookney? I'll be honest, part of me is a little sad that you're no longer streaming Manor Lords, because I really like the way you played it, and beauty build as always, thanks. Yeah, if I ever get let go, or if I stop working with them, maybe I'll play it again. If you get fired, we just have to step up with the channel memberships, that's true. I'll start making my own game if I get fired. What are your thoughts on the game overall, in its current state? I work on the game, so I think it's great. And I'll have a little disclaimer thing on the screen once you go into full screen as well, just there, because I know we'll get a lot of people that come in don't know that. I was really waiting for this. It's going to be awesome. All right, so I'm going to play with the Baron on. The Baron is still like the real challenge in the game. You know, he's off map. He occupies territory. You don't see him build, but he'll send troops in. And it's probably the more interesting challenge in the game still. Watching the AI build is fun, but they're not really a challenge. So we'll just throw on one AI for now. I gotta be honest, normally when I'm playing the game, I actually just turn out all the AI off at the moment. Until it becomes like much more capable and powerful, which it will. I kind of just enjoy the city building aspect, to be quite frank, but we'll throw everything on for now. So domination, one AI, off map adversary, and I'll just play on normal difficulty. Maybe if we do the stream again, we could try a challenge mode. I've played on the hardest, and it can be quite difficult to survive at the beginning with the approval changes that we've done. So let's just say we'll throw the AI. I'll tell you what, I'll take this region, Obrere Weiss, and we'll let the AI have, what region should the AI have? Maybe the one furthest away from me, and then the Baron can have kind of the middle of the map. Sure. Maybe we'll give the Baron this little region here, because nobody wants that. Although, I don't know. I don't know where we should put him. Maybe here. So that way, this guy has a gap. Yeah, we're all separated then, a little bit. We're slightly bordering here, but I guess it feels like it's kind of far away. We'll leave it like that. Okay, anyways. Yeah, I'll leave everything standard. And then, if we do this again, and this goes well, I'll play on a challenging mode. My goal for today would really just to be, try to get to tier 3 houses and fulfill everything. Never seen gameplay of this? You're about to be blown away. Alright. Just pause time for a second. Alright. So again, I'll just mention now as we're getting into the game. So there's a little disclaimer down on the bottom. This is an unofficial stream. I cannot talk about upcoming features. Not really. We could talk a little bit about ideas and things like that. Things you'd like to see. That's totally fine. But I'm not going to tell you what literally is coming next or anything like that. And my opinions don't reflect the team or the publisher. So I've mentioned to them before that I'll be streaming. They didn't say don't do it. So I think everything's okay. And they haven't told me to even put that there. I just felt I probably should. This really is just me acting on my own. I happen to be a developer for the game. That's kind of it. So yeah, just for those who are wondering, what do I do on the game? I'm a designer. I kind of came on I came on in like June, just after the game came out, basically. And I was mostly just doing writing at the time. Like, I was talking to Greg behind the scenes and talking about tooltips and how things could be a bit more clearly explained. So then he asked if I just wanted to come on and do them. And I was like, yeah, well, that'd be awesome. And then I told him, like, hey, I actually have a degree in games development and stuff, and I could probably do a bit more if you're willing. And he was like, yeah, absolutely. And just over time, I kind of morphed into a designer. And then in this latest update, I had quite a heavy hand on a lot of changes. Namely, all the foods that have been broken out. So we used to have like 9 foods, I think, in total. Now there's like 22 or something. It's quite a lot. So I was really twisting his arm to break foods out and make the game have more depth, effectively, is what I was trying to push for. So we'll see if we've done that. And then the perk system and all this stuff, I've written a bunch of that. We'll talk about that as we get into it. So that's what's going on, but I'm just going to be playing the game and hanging out and reading the chat and just taking it as if I was a pretty normal YouTuber. We can talk about the design of the game a little bit and answer any questions that might come our way. So there we go. If you want to know more about the game or you haven't watched it before, I have done videos on it before. City Planner Plays has done videos. A YouTuber named Tacticat covers all the updates. He's very much like on the ball. And obviously you can go check it out on Steam. I probably should have linked it. But yeah, just search Manor Lords. Super popular game, obviously. At least when it came out, sold millions of copies. It's done really, really well. And it's in early access. And this last update took 9 months and still like in a beta before it's coming out. But we believe future updates will be much quicker. Will it ever come to Xbox? Never say never. Yeah, I don't know. I think Greg has mentioned like he'd like to put it on console, but there's no concrete date or anything like that. Anyway, loving the Anno series way more than expected to. I want to go to sleep for a month and binge it all. Thank you. Yeah, the Anno series has been doing great. Unfortunately, the last video didn't do very well. Like, it was like significantly lower than all the others. So I don't know if I annoyed someone or pissed people off, or it just got trapped somehow on YouTube. I don't know. All right, so for those who haven't seen the game, let's just play. So you start the game with a new message. Build up your town, your manor, and when ready, press claims towards regions owned by your opponents. Once a claim has been pressed, be ready for battle. So we effectively have a large, or I think anyway, a large map here, a large play space with all these regions. The yellow regions are going to be owned by the Baron, so he's off map right now. You don't have to worry about him. And the blue region is going to be owned by Michael, or Michelle. And our new AI, it's brand new to this update, is going to start building a town on the map. Whereas the Baron is just off map and sends troops and kind of claims. He's more the attack AI. Anyway, we're starting here with our little encampment. By the way, if you are playing the game, I have to say this. If you are playing the game for the first time, play with the tutorial on. Gameplay tutorial pop-ups. It's not an actual tutorial that you go through. It's just pop-ups, and it tells you about things. So I think it's great. I've written all of them, and I think most people probably don't read them because we get a lot of questions with some basic stuff, and it's all in there, and they're context sensitive. So you might get a lot of pop-ups at the beginning, but then as you do more things and more nuanced things, they'll pop up because you've built like your church for the first time or whatever it might be. And you could just skip them, and then if you're ever wondering, you can go to the help pages, and it's in there in the tutorial section. You can kind of read about them and just watch them there if you want. There is a little bug at the moment that we know about that causes a little text error. That'll be fixed in future. But yeah, generally speaking, everything else should work, and you can click these and it takes you to other pages and stuff. So check out the help pages. They're there for a reason. They're there to help people. Most people don't check those things. And then they say there's not enough information. Just a little pet peeve of mine, because I write them all, so it's like, come on, guys. Anyway, right, let's let time play. So we start off with homeless tents, and we have our supplies, our hitching posts, and all of that. So we need to get started. Oh, and by the way, let's just go through the UI. So top of the screen, unassigned families, and then assigned families. So you have unassigned families, they do construction. These guys are the ones that are assigned to workplaces. You don't assign individuals, you assign families, and families are groups of 3, 2 men, 1 woman. So it's like a husband, wife, son is supposed to be what it is. We have our living space. So we're lacking 5 right now. They need 5 homes, effectively. You can do double plots or single plots. So 2 homes could be in 1 plot. We'll talk about that in a minute. Our approval rating. So this is a kind of a change as well. Approval used to just scale from 0 to 100. It does now too, but it's in brackets. So if you reach these different tiers, you get different effects. That was a change that I designed. Public order is kind of going to be expanded in the future. Regional wealth, the amount of money that the people have, the animals that we have, the current supplies, so food and fuel. So this number we pay attention to a lot. These are our problem banners, so it's telling us, you know, we've got exposed goods. They're going to get rained on and possibly destroyed. The same with the foods there. And then the amount of homeless people that we have. The current region, and if you build 5 houses, then you get your first development point, and we'll talk about all that once we get to it. Then we have our construction resources. If you go into construction mode, you just see an expansion of that, so the top bar actually changes just to show you what you're building with. Then we've got our food, fuel, crafting materials, commodities, and military stuff. So at least we're hopefully all familiar with the UI then, so we can move on from here. When satisfactory? Probably not till mid to late December. That's the plan at the moment. This is the opt-in beta. So on the bottom right, it says early access version 0.8.046. So 46. I know it's very faint there. That is the opt-in beta version. We feel we're just a few days to weeks away from getting the full release. We're just trying to squash those last few bugs, basically, that people are pointing us out to. All right, so this is the region that we have. Interesting. And what do we get? So we have rich mushrooms and rich wild animals. So those are our 2 bonus fertilities. And then we had iron, stone, and clay. So for those who don't know, you can get wild animals or fish. Excuse me. You can get mushrooms or berries. You can get iron or salt. But you always get stone and clay. Now, what becomes rich? There's always 2 rich resources per region. So for instance, this one, it actually only has 1 rich resource, because if we go into the fertilities, it's got bonus fertility. So that's its rich resource. So it always has 2 rich resources. One of them could just be kind of hidden from view, which is the fertilities. It looks like this one has one too. So yeah, it's got rich iron. And then it clearly has a big fertility too. So that would be a good second region if you wanted to go get that one and farm on it, maybe. Especially since it looks high up. So if you check elevation, yeah, there's a perk that gives you a bonus to farming at elevation. So that could be a good one for that region. The AI has gotten rich salt and rich stone. Kind of not the best. I mean, salt is actually worth a lot, so you could sell that. Yeah, sell it and make pretty good money. So it's a good profit region. You can import then iron. You could probably take the perk that reduces the import cost of iron, and that would work out quite well, because you've got a sort of good thing for money. And rich deposits, by the way, if they are mining related, are endless. You can infinitely mine them. All right, so for us though, we've got, yeah, wild animals and mushrooms. So we've got a food region basically, and a little bit of iron, clay, and stone. Not the best for money, so we'll see what we have to do. But anyway, let's get building. So we'll start with our logging camp, and we'll just place it somewhere nearby. It used to be the... Actually, should we go over here maybe first? Yeah, let's build our place over here. And in fact, we can tuck it into this little location. Build our road. And get started on that. It's going to take a little while for the peeps to get over there. And we'll speed up time as we go on. Well, is the new update out? It's in beta if you want to opt into it. Thanks, Heat Stoker. Does anyone know why my update doesn't have AI opponents? If you've gone into the update, you have to toggle them on. So in the main menu, you've got different game modes. If you select a different game mode, the AI will be there. If you select the standard game mode, just go through the starting options. You can toggle on AI that way. I like the topography lines. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice. Soft. Surprised they're not following the road for this one, but I guess because the road went down after, maybe. Alright, so we'll get that there. I'm just trying to think, where should we build? I kind of want to build across this road, to be honest, and maybe our industry could be kind of more up here. And then we've got food there. So, early on, these days, you want to get your people housed quite quickly. We're already on the 4th of March. And after about a month to 2 months, they're going to really complain about that and start to leave. So, compared to before, it's good to start building and planning out where your houses go early. One of the unique things in this game, for those who seem to be new to the game, is that you have no grid, right? So we have dynamic kind of placement of plots and stuff, which is like the big sort of selling point, I think, of the game. And yeah, I guess we'll just... Is there a hill here? Yeah, I guess we'll just go across. Build some smaller kind of plots, I guess, to start off with. Just 3, I think, would be good. So we'll go maybe here. Go even smaller than that, because we don't need a massive backyard. I'll go to there, I guess. You can turn off snapping if you wanted to, anyway. There's 3 houses. Right, we'll speed up time. When I zoom out, I'll try to speed up more, and when we zoom in, we'll slow down. That's usually a good way of doing things. Have you tried out Master of Command? No, I haven't. Sounds familiar, but I don't think so. New beta update released yesterday, the day before. Yep, just 1 or 2 days ago we dropped this update. So it has been about a month and a half since we pushed an update. Always try to start with rich iron. Makes things so much easier. Yeah, it's a big contention of players that they really want to be able to choose their own starting resources, which I do kind of get why people want to do that. But it's really difficult for us as developers because the design of the game really is you're supposed to take multiple regions. You know, you're supposed to not have everything and get what you don't have. And we try to, you know, if you could just pick what you want every time, you'll always probably pick like rich iron and rich fish, maybe, right? So your food is kind of sorted and your metals are sorted then for military. That does make the game quite a lot more simple in some regards. And that will give you the money then to be able to import the other things. I mean, that's fine. But then it's like, when you go into your perks, you'll never pick like 7 of the 9 perks. There'll be no reason to. So it's like, we design so many aspects of the game and build so many aspects of the game. And it's like people just would rather choose to never engage with those. So it's kind of a difficult thing, but you don't want to like ignore what players want. If people really want to do that, we're thinking of like maybe you get a seed, you know, a seed that has a certain layout and you can share seeds at least. But yeah, we also would just try to we're trying to improve like inter-region trading and stuff like that to encourage people to actually want to do that, because I know it's a little awkward at the moment, and I do get that. But certainly, it's a shame that a lot of people just want to choose to ignore it. But I do get it. No, at the moment there's no perks for fish. You're right. Although I would argue you don't need them right now. You get a lot of fish if it's a rich node. The second tier of perks will have fish, smoked fish and like winter fishing and stuff like that. That was in the old update, so that stuff will kind of make its way back. Alright, so our first house is up. For those who haven't seen it, we have all new requirements and stuff now. This is also my design. This is Greg's UI layout, though, for it. So my design was to increase the amount of foods that we have in the game. And doing so meant that we have to change how requirements were handled. Previously, it was just deliver any 2 foods, any 2 that you want. But in order to get certain types of food, you'd probably have to get a development point. Like if you wanted apples, you needed orchards, and that was like buried in the tree a little further back. So one of the big pushes for this update was we want to make everything accessible right from the get-go. We don't want to lock breeding sheep behind a point that you just get. We don't want to lock orchards behind a point. Instead, we want to allow everyone to build whoever they want right from the get-go. And with perks, we want to like allow you to specialize in those things. But that meant that requirements had to change. If you could just make all these different foods really quickly, it became trivial to just upgrade your residence really quickly. So I came up with this system of like an either or. This was actually kind of before the Anno system that I saw in 1.17, which is a similar sort of thing. We'll just assign some families to that. I forgot to do that, my bad. Anyway, the whole thing is at level 1 here, it's pretty straightforward, right? We've got categories of food. So we have foraged, meats, fishes, vegetables, fruits, grains, and animal produce. And they're broken into 2 things. So you have to fulfill a little bit of both. So to fulfill this, you can do fruits, grains, vegetables, or foraged goods. But as we level up, these groups begin to split. So you'll have to start investing into multiple or more. And then you'll need multiple types of the same things. So it gets more complicated as you go up. We were worried this would be really complicated for people, but people seem to really respond quite well to it. So we're very happy with that so far. Now, I should mention, at the beginning of the game here, a lot of people don't notice this. Oh yeah, you wouldn't notice it, I suppose, until you have more houses. But you have a fresh settlement bonus. That means that you'll grow by 1 family for the first year, no matter what. Now, if you have a low enough approval, you'll lose a family, so you'll net 0. Unless you go down to -2, in which you will just lose people. So it's important to be able to have the living space for people to move in, so I want to get as much wood as possible early on just to pop down as many houses as we can, and that way we'll get as many people moving in as possible. If we get this to 55%, we'll then start growing at 2 families per month. So we want to gain as many families as possible, as quick as possible, because they are ultimately our workforce, and they make everything happen. So just move the hitching post up there. A lot of people get 2 ox right at the beginning of the game. I don't know if we need that as much anymore, because the ox has been improved quite greatly in terms of picking up logs and things. Although it's probably still worthwhile, I would imagine. We'll just leave it without just for a little while until we notice a bottleneck, and if that happens, then we'll get another one. Interesting mechanic could be that people would take shortcuts, ignoring player-placed roads and thus making new unofficial roads. Yeah, Greg experimented with that, and I can't remember why, but yeah, unfortunately, I just can't remember right now. He's mentioned on the Discord, the public Discord, why he dropped it. The marketplace actually has that feature. As people walk across the market, like if you make a giant market, let's say, and people walk across it, they'll leave trails, like they'll make trails. The grass will go away. So that does exist in the game, like the tech is there. But for some reason, I can't remember why. Maybe it just didn't look good. Greg said it just wasn't working on a large scale, so he just lets people make their own roads and try to make it organic that way. One of the things when I came onto the team and started suggesting a lot of things to Greg was he was like, I've tried it, I've done it. And he would show me examples of like why it didn't work and stuff, which was always super interesting. Alright, we've gotten 7 logs already, so we're good. Let's just build the next 2 houses. Alright, that'll house everyone, and then we want to get houses that more people can live in. And we'll do a sort of long plot. And we can make these vegetable farms. Alrighty. Thanks, Yogesh, by the way. The only thing I noticed still doesn't really work is spoiled food not being removed. It just sits in storage forever. No, that's not the case. Spoiled food is spoiled and it's removed immediately. If it's there, it's not spoiled. So when you look at a piece of food and it says spoilage rate like this, spoilage very high, that actually, yeah, it could be explained better, although there is a help thing for it. But what this basically is telling you is that this food will spoil. It has a high rate of spoilage because it's being left outdoors. If we were to put that in a granary, it would change to spoilage medium or something because it's not being spoiled as easily. The way spoilage works is at the end of every month, a percentage of food spoils based on its spoilage rate. That's how it works. It's actually a fairly simple system. I'm hoping to maybe do something to expand it, make it a bit more interesting, but it's difficult. So we'll see. So if you see food, that means it's not spoiled. But it might, depending on how high its spoilage rate is. Anyway, so these are our houses that are being built. We need to, speaking of food, store it up, right? So our food, I want to get those mushrooms and things. So a granary somewhere in the middle of these two, I guess, would make the most sense. Just place it like this. Let's turn off snapping for a sec. So we don't have to go too far. And then we'll get the forager hut maybe somewhere there. This will lead over to the hunting camp. Hunting camp is actually a good start, thinking about it, or rich animals, because it's good for food, but you also get a lot of pelts. And pelts are sold for money. They're not used for anything else. A lot of people think they're used for making shoes and stuff, because that's how it used to be. You used to get hides, but now you get pelts. And pelts are different. You just sell them. We have an idea for use in the future, but for now you just sell them. Our approval is dropping because of homelessness, but we're building houses. They'll be okay. I think I will get that second ox. They are taking a while to bring them in, so let's get a second ox, and we need to give them a hitching post. Gotta go. Catch up later. See you later. Spoilage seems to be higher reading level. Because spoilage seems to be a higher reading level than some people like or are familiar with. Oh, maybe if it was spoil rate. Yeah. Spoilage, very high. Yeah. It needs to say, like, this item has its spoilage rate very high because of where it is. What does it say? I haven't written this in ages, but in the economy section, spoilage. Oh, maybe we got rid of it. Oh, no, food spoilage. Food is a perishable resource and is prone to spoiling each month. Different types of food spoils at different rates and can be affected by external factors such as drought. To reduce the rate of food spoilage, ensure that it's not exposed to the elements. Families assigned to a granary will work to move and store food, reducing its spoilage rate. Food spoilage can never be completely prevented, only reduced and mitigated. It does tell you in the tutorial as well about it. But yeah. It's a good point though. I can totally see why it could be read that way. Alright, we reached our small village level. We'll pick a perk in a minute. What are we up to now? 2 extra houses are being built. So that's our 5 families taken care of. No one's homeless anymore. Approval will build back up. Extra houses are being built so that when we hit the next month at least, we should get a new family in. And if we can get this to 55, which should be simple enough, we'll get 2 families per month if we can keep up with the building. So this is where our underground water is. I guess we'll just build a well here. For now. And we'll have to put down our market and our storage building. So we have the granary going up here and we need a warehouse. We need a warehouse. A storehouse. Yeah, I'll do it somewhere down here. I'm just thinking where other things are going to go related to this. The iron is over there. We'll probably have a different one for that. Yeah, this will just be the one for the market. Alright. Let's get our market, our marché. Stocks have been damaged. The family is hungry. Oh, don't worry about it. He'll be fine. Oh, is my ox here? Or did I get the bug? There's a bug where the ox doesn't come in. You have to buy another one, and then they come in. We're trying to work on it. It depends on the map you play. It's to do with pathfinding, I think, for the edge of whatever region you start at. Yeah, it looks like it didn't arrive, which is a shame. I guess we could just buy another one. You have to wait, though. Okay. Buggy game. How does Manor Lords compare to Anno? Well, I'm a developer on this game, so I'd say that this game is better than Anno. I don't know, it's a gridless city builder, so it's more of a comparison towards games like Banished and things like that, I guess. Alright, I've got enough wood for a while. We'll let the ox take a breather and get focused on delivering the goods to some of these places. So I think this is going to go up next. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, speed up time. Good morning, Genome Cop, and hello, Ace. Why do I always seem to have few rye wheat threshed grains that the mill doesn't want to touch? Yeah, that was something that only came up recently I saw as well. It's like the last 3 or 4 don't get turned into flour. I don't know. That must be a bug. I don't know what that is. Yeah, we just saw that like yesterday. So you're not alone. Just waiting on this to get its logs, waiting on that ox to come over. So, no food and fuel, that's alright, don't worry about it. The important thing is that we have houses. Alright, there you go. They'll go get their mushrooms, so that'll be food taken care of. We need fuel. And I'll actually build out here to clear this trees away from the mines. Alright, granary's gonna get built next. Good. They don't actually need fuel until winter, by the way. Unless you have a fuel building that requires it to, you know, make something. But that's one you can kind of throttle a little bit. You don't have to be too worried about that. Food's much more important. So we've already got 3 months of food. Super simple. That's the well. Alright, so they have water access now. They should in a moment get their food once it gets delivered here. Can I be on the dev team? You could ask Greg. That's what I did. Well, actually, I didn't ask him. He asked me. What's your favorite new feature in this update? For me, it's the... I was going to immediately say the perks. But honestly, it's the expansion of food and the increased depth for that. That's probably my favorite thing. I also quite like the potential that the efficiency and labor speed has. Not a big fan of the labor speed thing, if I'll be completely honest, but the efficiency moniker I think is good. And basically what that does is, if you get perks or other things that affect it, it means that you'll yield more out of that building. So it's just like a productivity increase in a way. This is actually the productivity increase. This is the speed at which work is done. So that's why we added both. So this is the speed at which work is done, and this is the output for the same amount of input. So you could put in like, let's say 1 flour is 1 bread, just as an example. If this was 1.2, I believe that would be 1 flour is 1 bread with a 20% chance of getting a second one. So I quite like that, because it's like, oh yeah, that's a cool mechanic, and you can like do things with that in the future to do with like policies or perks and stuff. So it's kind of a foundational thing, because it's not going to be used too much right now. And then this is quite nice. I quite like the statistics screen, right? That was added recently too. So you can now see like, okay, mushrooms, like our stock of mushrooms is like going up. Our production in the last 30 days, like this is how much we're getting per day, or in the last month, right? We just made 56, we consumed 4. So that's an awesome thing too. Like I like statistic screens. The perks are cool as well. I actually spent a lot of time, I did the whole perks, but it's not my favorite feature, which is funny. Just waiting on a few of these things to get up. So we have 6 families now. We still have room for 1 more, so that's okay. We'll just skip that. We now have enough to form a militia. So we've got 12 out of 36. We should be able to get up to 20. You're given a batch of 20 weapons and shields on this difficulty, so you can go out and clear bandits and stuff. Right, let's go to the hunting camp. We'll assign the reserve to be... How many animals are here? 32? So we'll just say like 28. They repopulate based on how many there are. So you want to keep the reserve fairly high, and then these guys will be working at just hunting them based on that. We'll zoom in on them soon. Look at this lovely little town, huh? It's coming along just totally fine. How quaint. Waiting on the woodcutter's lodge. Once we have that, that's all the basics then. We're totally safe for a while. We just want to build more houses after that. And get another ox in. Can we do that now, actually? Let's see if it arrives. Let's see if it fixes itself. I hope so. If it doesn't, then that's a real problem. It means we can't get another one at all. We'll just give it some time. Are tier 2 perks coming soon? No, not for a while. Not for a few months, I would say. Until the next update, like proper update. This is all one update, you know? And this is a beta. So the game went into... This update is in beta, and it's been in beta for 2 months, and it'll be hopefully out of beta soon. But then we start the next cycle of the next update. Now, it won't take 9 months, that's for sure. Can almost guarantee you. It shouldn't be longer than a couple months, I would imagine 2 to 3. I don't know, though, for sure. But there'll be more... We'll just be adding perks now, all the time. Oh, don't tell me. I can't believe it if the ox hasn't arrived. That's pretty bad. Could just be coming from another part of the map. I'm just looking at these little guys moving around. I'm looking for the livestock one. Normally you can see him if he's stuck. Like, you'll see his icon. Could do it reloading the game. Maybe it'll trigger it. But yeah, that's been a known problem. Like, we fixed it multiple times, but it just keeps happening. It's a difficult issue. Anyway, the ox are in transport. So the ox are in charge of transporting logs, and logs are your primary building material, just because it's super heavy. But everything else is actually carried by people. So the ox is also in charge of getting the trees that get felled and bringing them to here. This is where they're stored, and then delivering them to whatever you're building. So a lot rides on an ox. You kind of want 2. You want one always bringing things to the logging camp, and then one delivering them to where they're going to get their buildings done. So that's why I'm like, damn. And I've paid like almost all the wealth I had to get another one. And I've experienced the bug before, but never twice in a row. Normally if you get it, you purchase the second one, it just arrives. Normally they both arrive. It like unclogs. And I'm looking around the edges of the map hoping. It's not looking good though. And it just means that you're just going to be playing a lot slower. So I might reload in a minute and see what happens. So basically now what we need, I'll just explain this as well for those who don't know. So we have a family assigned to the granary, and that means that they now supply this marketplace. And they build a little stall, and they stock it with food, and then that food is then delivered to these people. So if we look at the market and we hover over food variety, we can see the houses that have both. So small game is starting to come in. That's because we set up our hunting camp. And mushrooms, obviously, we've got tons of mushrooms. So these are yellow because they only have half of their fulfillment. This house has both of its fulfillment, so it's got a forage good and a meat. So they're doing totally fine. They need their fuels. So in setting this up, the storehouse, a family will now basically load this place up with anything that isn't a food, effectively, including firewood, and distribute the firewood to the houses. So that'll meet the fuels demand. They have their water access, which is just nearby, so they go and get their water there, which is great. And then we need to build them a church, and then we're on the way. So let's see what kind of perks we want. So basically, there's a whole list of perks here, and we have planned out quite a few, but we were unsure of this system because it was such a radical change from what we had before, and we thought it's best to just lock down the first ones fully, put it out to people, and see what they think before we end up developing a whole tree and people hate it. So the response has been great, so we're going to continue. And we had, I'm the one who's actually designed 95% of them. The actual concept of this tree wasn't my initial idea. It was someone else's. That person isn't actually with the team anymore. So then it was left to me, in a good way, to fill out the tree and do more with it. And then me and Greg kind of like bounced around different ideas, and ultimately it was just kind of left to me. And I made 9 perks. And each perk has multiple effects in it. And then I wrote all of these and did a bunch of research with the help of the history advisors that we have as to grounded origins. So your origin, you're choosing your origin of your town, like where these people came from. And then after that, you'll be choosing like more sort of traditions and deeper developments of your town. And for origins, we decided the general rule that I had was you want one primary effect, which is good, another secondary effect, which is okay. And then so by okay, I mean like, yeah, this is good. Maybe I can use it now, maybe later. And then a wild card effect that you might think like, I don't have any need for this, but later you'll have a need for it because we'll combine it with other perks. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, you just have the 9 perks and then that's it. So we want to get the next set of perks going soon in the next update because we know like you just have one set right now and progress kind of ends after that. Whereas before you could go much further. So we obviously want to get perks in as quick as possible. But because they have so many effects, there's actually quite a lot to implement. So they do take time. But anyway, yeah, so I won't read these. I mean, I wrote them. They'd be weirdly self-indulgent to read all of them. But I'm just thinking, we've got rich animals and rich mushrooms. So this one would be perfect, of the Voidland. So we were shaped by hard country. We come from the far marshes where winters bite deep and the earth yields little without a fight. There we master the land's hidden bounty. What we carry to market is no mere trade, but proof that we endure where others falter. So this allows us to have hunting hounds. Hunting hounds for the hunting camp. Hounds provide +1 small game and 1 pelts on every successful hunt. So every time we get something, we effectively get double. Increased export price on minor trades. So any minor goods that we have, if we have too much of this food and anything that's considered a minor trade, I think 50%. We get a 50% bonus. Now, the rounding is a little weird with that, so it's not always going to be directly 50%, depending on the value of the item, but it's going to be a pretty good buff. Wild berries and mushrooms deposits have doubled capacity. That's going to be great, because we've got rich mushrooms. And then our big negative is that fields and vegetable gardens will be less efficient, negative 25%. And efficiency, like I mentioned, is that new metric. So our yield will be less. We'll yield 25% less effectively. But this place wasn't good for farming anyway, but for vegetable gardens that hurts. So it is what it is. So we decided that these perks would have a negative each. But in future, we probably won't have negatives. And there's some debate about that in the community. Some people want there to be more trade-offs, and others don't. Policies will have negatives. And policies are locked out completely at the moment. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think we'll go with this one. It's a pretty obvious choice considering what we rolled at the beginning. So just to briefly look at what other ones we have. Woodwright Journeyman. This is actually Greg's one. Greg added one perk and made some adjustments to it. So he wrote this one and added this one. But all the others are mine. So that one's more focused on wood and bowyers, joiners, and that kind of thing. Reduce fuel consumption. Basically giving you like military benefits, but also like a strong wood economy, I suppose. Regensburg Guildsman was my favorite one. It basically just gives you a passive amount of wealth per the amount of plots that you have. And then you can import salt and iron for cheaper amount. This may be changed in future to iron ingots rather than iron ore. It doesn't quite make too much sense to trade for ore rather than trading for the refined metal. Ore is a heavy thing. And then upgrading plots costs less construction material, and you don't have to pay any money for it. Eventually, to get to tier 3, you need 25 wealth for each one. So you save a lot of money this way. This is your money focus. And then, but they don't like being taxed. So getting the money off of them is more difficult. But yeah, I won't spend too long on it. People have seen these, I'm sure. Smiths of Passau, that's like, you know, your blacksmith focus is like your armorer focus and mining focus. Clothing, sheep, livestock, that's kind of what it'll be focused on as it gets developed further. The masons, stone, you know, castle building, that sort of thing. And then farming, a little bit of farming. So the next tier, the next groups of, oh yeah, I guess the layout's a bit different. But anyway, the next groups of perks are probably going to be leaning toward trade and farming. So yeah, we'll see that change. So we'll go with all of the Voigtland. Now we've got up to 312 mushrooms will grow back here next year. Do you have a cheat menu during development? Can I access it? I do, but you can't. You can't access it because it's a different version of the game. It's like a debug version. So we can opt into a debug version and then we can type in like console commands and cheats, but I don't think in the main version you can do that. I found there's no way of looking at chosen perks effects after we added that into this update. So that's back now. You can check others after the fact. Don't know if that was included in the patch notes actually, just for this update that dropped a couple days ago. Just trying to think, what do I need to do next? We have everything taken care of, right? Yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's get more houses. And I'll make these, I was gonna say, should we make them a bit bigger? Yeah, let's not make them too big, actually. We'll rotate this way. There's another spam of houses this way. Alright, speed up time. Oh yeah, they're piling up the pelts. Oh, well, that makes sense, because we didn't have a storehouse for a while. They're carrying that stuff back now. Transporting rubble stone, transporting tools. Oh yeah, we didn't actually even store up the little piles of stuff we had. So the homeless tents are gone now. We can build on this side. You know what, actually, I'm going to delete these. I think it'd be better to build right across from the original group. If I want to build a more nice-looking town. So let's do that here instead. So just another group here. Short ones as well, because they're going to be like level 3 and have workshops and stuff. They don't need to be too big. Hey, what are you doing to that ox? Okay. Hey, Zeno. Hey, and Broadsword. I was a knight that spent my life racing horses and talking about which is best and has the most speed. Then I decided to stop fighting and be a farmer. Oh, right. If you were to live back then. Kind of. Or no, I don't really get it. Hello, Def. Do you only get a perk per level of perk? Or will you end up with several? No, you only get one per level. So you've one of 9 choice, and then you're on to the next one, on to the next one. And this is a choice as well. There's a group here and a group here. And you only get one of each. Not one of each, sorry. You get one out of these 2 groups. They're split for a reason, which you'll see in future. These 2 might actually be here instead. But we'll see. My whole thing with Greg was I was like, people want like way more perks and we should give it to them. So maybe we'll allow people to get both. We'll see. Because my whole thing was I was thinking you could either get a trade perk or a farming perk. but not both. But it depends how we have some adjustments we want to do to how we handle secondary regions. So it kind of depends on that. So we have to talk about it. The effects and the perks are there, but how we unlock them and give them to you, it depends. They call me Sir Clarkson. Clarkson's Farm. I suck at City Builder, so I didn't play this game a lot. It's not for me. I prefer Mountain Blade because of the combat. Yeah, that's understandable. It's a totally different genre. Yeah, Mountain Blade's like an RPG, basically. Alright, next house done. Let's see how we're doing for everything. These guys have everything a little low on the meat, the small game, but it should be coming in, especially when we get our dogs. I forgot to actually employ them. Alright, so our game is... But I'm going to reload the game because we don't have that second ox. So let's try to get that one in. I don't know if this will fix it. I just hope it will. It's a good cup of tea. Haven't had tea in quite a while. I'm zooming out, just hoping. I mean, we could try buy one more. Then we have to try. At some point. They should come in from here. Yeah. So basically, for those wondering, we ordered 2 ox, and they just never arrived. There is a bug. We know about the bug where they don't arrive on some maps in some places, but I've never seen it where 2 don't arrive. Oh wait, there is 2. Hey, it arrived. Never mind then. The 3rd one didn't, and it's still on the counter. Maybe it'll come in eventually. That one found its way in, so okay. How many oxes? I only wanted 2, so I'm actually totally fine now. Okay, next thing then is to set up a trader. So we can get rid of some of the pelts and make some money. Trading post. So our storehouse that stores the, pelts is there, and we'll be storing up iron and stuff in this location, so it seems like a good spot just to place it somewhere here. Alright, everyone has 100%. They just need a church and they'll be ready to level up. Should we wish. I want to give these guys some vegetables and stuff, though. And animal farms. Or animal pens. So we can get various things on the go. But yeah, we're sorted for food. I mean, with that's huge. It might be a bit too strong. Boosting a rich node like that. And then this is just going to be a nice passive income of money. This is a pretty good start, actually. Try to create some organic roads. Let's see, if you were going here, you might go like that and try to get to here. Alright, trading post is done. So we want to trade pelts, which is a crafting material export. We don't want to have any in storage, and we make 3 for each one we sell. Thanks to our perk, which increases, I think it's normally 2. So yeah, 25 times 3 will make 75 when they're all taken care of. We have to give it to a family though. And then we want to ultimately get a horse so that they can transport more. The horse, what does it do? It allows up to 50 goods to be carried per trip. Yeah, normally it's 10, I think. Will there be tier 2 roads? Yeah, at some point we'll do cobblestone roads, I imagine. Don't know how that's going to be implemented. I mean, actually, with the bridge is in the game. You can have a construction cost to a road, right? Like, just like that. Yeah, it's 30 planks. So I mean, yeah, Greg's done great with that. So I assume if you're just building this, it would just cost rubblestone and give you maybe a slight speed improvement or something. We made some money already. Wow, that was really fast. Well, I guess the trade node is over there. It's quite close. And it's to do with them coming by as well. It's not just us leaving. What do you got on you, Mary? She's stocking goods for sale. Excellent. Like to see her do it. Still have 3 living space, so we're good there. Happiness is great. So we're growing by 2 families per month. Excellent. Just wanted to make sure it's there. We have 9 level 1 plots currently. because of the people living them, but 12 plots total. Excellent, great. The numbers make sense. Are we working this? No. So let's get back on that with the family. So we've got one family free. What do we have families on? 2 on the forager hut. We'll tone that down. We have food for 17 months. I think we're good for the mushrooms for now. Well, we could sell them as well, actually. Might do that. So we'll say mushrooms, export. It's a minor trade. We make 2 for each one we sell, which is still pretty good. Just keep, I don't know, 80. We have 183 right now. Yeah, super easy. All right, we should be able to scale up no problem. We need a saw pit to start refining into planks so we can then build our upgrades and build our church. Always forget what that is, just here. Get to work, lads. Oh yeah, this actually says not enough stable space because we did order another ox without building a another hitching post. There we go. Maybe it'll arrive when we build that. I doubt it, but maybe. Alright, cool. There we go. Any plans for more leisure buildings aside from the tavern? No comments, I suppose, on that one. Will there be... Oh yeah, I read that already. Certainly there will be cosmetics eventually. I just don't know when, you know. How much firewood do we have now? 9 months of fuel? That's great. Where should we put the church? On this hill, maybe? Can't build it now, but I just want to see placement-wise. Could look kind of nice up here. The well is sort of in the way. Not really. Alright, so we have our saw pit. We'll assign a family to it. You can only have one family on it now. By the way, a new thing in the game is upkeep. You need to provide tools to run your buildings. So that is ultimately something we'll have to trade for. We've got 7 tools at the moment. If we go to the advanced tab, lock our planks to say, I don't know, 40. That's fine by me. We've also got 19. Yeah, once we get to 20, we can send out a little army, a little unit to go take out the bandits. There was bandits all the way down here. So if we go take them out, we can send the money back here, and then we can build, maybe use that money to get these veggie farms going. And we need a little bit more money to get our horse. Theoretically, what kind of ways would you want to implement being able to unlock perks from the same level? I think it would be interesting if you got one perk at a level, but then it did X thing. I could get another. So, yeah, a little behind the scenes with the perk system. We iterated many different... We went through many different ideas. My idea for the perks originally was... I wanted a system that was based on what you do. So, if you do a lot of farming, you build up farming points effectively. And then you can unlock perks in a farming tree. And you can choose which ones you want. That was the first version that I wanted to do. But Greg wasn't very into it. He was kind of saying like, you know, a game like Skyrim or Oblivion or whatever, you kind of just get these things and you don't even care or realize you did it. You were just doing this anyway. Like you're running around and then it says like running level 50. And it's like, okay. And he was like, I want it to be a much more thoughtful and active thing. Like you have to do something, or you're aiming for a goal and then you get a reward, rather than you passively earn things. So, you know, I argued for what I wanted or whatever, but he just ultimately said no. And I was outvoted. There was another designer at the time, so they didn't like that. Another version I had in mind that I actually thought was really, once I came up with it, and it was kind of off of one of Greg's other ideas. I was like, man, we need to do it this way. This is so good. It was a system where you get a load of perks. It was like, imagine this. This is like culture. Oh, it's really hard to explain actually without a visual on screen. But effectively, it's like, it's so difficult to explain it. I could maybe show it, actually. Let's see. Anyway, the point would be that we iterated a lot. before we arrived at this, and we'd start implementing this, and we were quite happy with it overall as a team. So it seems not very likely that you'll be able to get multiple things, but maybe. Certainly not an origin. Your origin is like who they are, so you're not choosing multiple there. But later on, maybe. Just trying to see where I had the old design for this. Old design archive. There we go. It's called Development Last Resort, because I was trying. Yeah. I'll show this. I think it's okay to show. You know, it's just design ideas. It's blindingly white. So you have these different categories: culture, production, trade, civic, military, and religion. So these are the different categories that you would have. And as you level up your settlement, so settlement level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And as you're leveling up, you choose your first, you choose a culture, right? Your founding myth. And then when you hit level 2, you choose a local food and a production that you want to boost, right? So it's part of the production thing. Then when you get to level 3, you choose a festival. So it's another thing for culture. So a harvest festival, a market fair, a craft or a trade, something like that. And then you also welcome a guild, and then you choose a recipe. So you get a unique food. You're choosing one of these. You know, there could be like 6 options maybe, or something like that. So it's like, okay, do you want to be, and this is just like complete placeholder, you know, not saying any of this would have happened. It was just to pitch the idea really. But it's like, oh, you could choose like, we do a unique bread, or we do a unique chicken, and maybe that's made in like large quantities, has low spoilage or whatever, or fetches a high value, something like that. And then at level 4, you then get a trade thing added on, but you're getting a point in each one every time. And I said it was like a waterfall. It's like you're stacking every time. So you get 1 point here, and then you get 1 point here and 1 point here. And then you get 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here. And so on and so forth and so forth. So you, at level 4, you're getting 4 points. At level 5, you're getting 5 points. Now you have to put them into a different category each time. And you're getting a new category unlocked each time also. But Greg just didn't really like it. I mean, yeah, he just really didn't like the idea. So he was like, no, it's too much. You're getting, he's like, I don't like getting 5 points and spending them on things. And I was like, okay, I mean, I think people would like that. But that's what it all comes down to. We argue back and forth, and we debate, and then we settle on something, you know. Coca-Cola the game. So, you know, and everything always looks good on paper. I should say that, right? It's easy to go like, oh yeah, that could be good or whatever, but in practice maybe it would have been less replayable or something, you know. I'm not really too sure. This system is like he wanted a set of non-obvious choices that will compound over time, and right now we just have 9, so it's really simple. You choose one of 9. But then in the next, it'll be like 1 of 6, and then 1 of 8, and then 1 of 8, and then 1 of 9, or whatever it might be. And the amount of combinations you get out of that is actually like really radical. And then it's up to players to kind of find what they want. So we went with of the Voigtland, and it's like increased capacity for forage goods. Now we could do something later. There might be a perk that gives you a unique recipe with mushrooms or berries. And it's like, well, if I have of the Voigtland, I've already boosted the berries that I have. And now later I can do something with them that I couldn't do before. Make dyes or whatever it might be. So that's the idea behind this. So this is really surface level because it's just the first tier. But the plan is to make it very complex by... I've got this crazy map of like how things are like stringing along and linking to other things or other potential things. One little example I give is the Smiths of Passau gives increased weapon export value. So it's like, cool, we can sell spears, sidearms, and polearms for more money. And one of the perks that we're workshopping later down the line is that if you sell weapons, you get influence. So if you were to hit both of those, you'll then have a very like powerful economy where it's like, I'm making good money because I'm a high weapons exporter, but I'm also getting influence. And if you're specializing in weapons, maybe another choice you choose military that makes your weapons stronger. It's like, great, now we have like this strong economy for weapons that are better, that also give me the influence to go out and capture territory. So that's like that's kind of where our head's at with that. So I want to be super clear. It's like I did have my own version, my own ideas, but this also is like has the potential to be really awesome depending on how we link these things together. So yeah, and Greg knows best, which he really does. I hate it when he's right, but he is right a lot of the time. Anyways, right, so we've got 2 living space. We are now making planks. We made 40 planks, so we'll just take these guys off for now. We have 4 available families. We're getting the pelts. We're doing the trades. We've got 55. We need just a tiny bit more money. We can hire a horse, and we need to get some more houses. We could actually start building the church now. I think I will do it up on this hill. And I'll get rid of that road. I could maybe move the well somewhere else. There's not much water around this side for some reason, but okay. I suppose it's fine where it is. Kind of like a medieval military industrial complex. Yeah, basically. Do you think you'll add global perk system in addition to the region-specific perks? We've talked about the potential for lords to have their own skills. But no further comment, I suppose. The game is programmed in C++ in Unreal Engine. So the code is in C++, and then some other elements are using just like Unreal Blueprint logic, I suppose. I do a little bit of code, but I'm not really the programmer. I'm not a very good programmer. I do a lot more in the Unreal logic editing. But a little bit of code every now and then. I'll have to go back and watch the first hour. I was stuck in a work meeting. No worries, Bob. Were the hounds obtained? Oh yeah, no, I haven't bought them yet. We kind of don't need them right now. I will get them, but I want the money for the horse so we can trade. We're not trading everything. I mean, I could just assign another family, I guess. But with horses, you effectively trade 5 times the amount of one family. They normally carry 10. They'll be able to carry 50. So we'll be doing just fine. So once you do that, then it's like, yeah, we'll get the hound in. This will give us extra game and pelts, so I'll spend them. How much are they? 12. Wow, that's super cheap. Who chose that? I did. I must have chose that. That seems really cheap. I mean, it's so cheap. It's almost like, why not just unlock it by default? You can only have one anyway per hunting camp. Yeah. How long do you plan to stream today? I don't know. Don't know, just a few hours. I was hoping to get to tier 3 and satisfy all the demands of one town. If we could. It's pretty hard to get to 100% approval now. You need a lot of houses. It's not just based on fulfilling the demands of the houses you have. It's like doing it at scale. What's your go-to tip for new players? Love your game. Absolutely amazing work. Yeah, and I should say, like obviously I work on the game. I find it very hard to take any credit for anything because Greg is really the guy that does so much of the work and has done so much of the work. And then the programmers are like, you know, gods in my eyes. They do everything. But thank you. But yeah, so what's my top tip for new players? Read the tutorial. That gives you the tips. So in the options, I think it's on by default, but if it's not, you just turn on tutorial pop-ups. It's not an actual tutorial as in a separate map and you do different things. You have full access to the game just like normal, but it just pops things up on your screen to tell you information when you do certain things. And if you skip it or miss it, you can go into the help screen and click tutorials and then click one of these and read whichever one you missed. These are literally just the words of the tutorial ripped out, which is why there's a few syntax errors. You don't see this in the tutorial, but the way we've imported it, you do. It doesn't really matter. We'll fix it in the future, but for now it's going to be left that way. But yeah, basically this will kind of tell you everything you need to know. Really. In terms of starting tips, it's hard because it just depends on what kind of region you start with. My basic goal is, or my basic advice is just build houses fast so that you don't run it, you know, you don't hit really low approval and spiral out really quick. So first things first, logging camp, maybe 3 houses, get the rest of the logs, get your extra 2 houses, and then trade. Trade is the real key to the game at the moment. So whatever you're doing, whatever you're building and making, sell it. Sell whatever you can at the trader. And when you first build a trader, a big tutorial will pop up telling you how this works. Now you can read more about it again in here if you really want to, because a lot of people are a little bit unsure about how it works. So the trading post, so this will tell you everything it does and how it works and who travels where and how that gets loaded and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be my number one advice. You're given a batch of weapons, so if you make a unit, so I just made one by, you click the plus, you click Spearmen, and then you rally them. So we'll do that now, why not? They'll deposit everything back. So the guys are going to come together. Hey, it went down to 19. Why did that happen? Oh, there we go. Alright, once this happens, the boys get ready. We'll put them on walk for now and just let them form up here. We're going to go out and find the bandit camp. So there's one over here. So walk out, take that out. When you take that out, you get money. And if you send it back to your town, you can use that money then to build. So that's obviously an easy way to get a little bit of influence and a little bit of money. So regional wealth is the money of your people. Treasury is the money that you have. How do you manage ale with a big town? I run out too quickly and importing loads of barley. Oh, again, in the latest update, we've made it a little easier for people. I think ale is only consumed every 3 months now. And I think we've removed the fact that level 1 people were consuming it. That was intentional, but you didn't see it anywhere. Like it's not in their requirements. Requirements doesn't mean consumption, by the way. This is a big point of confusion for people, and it was for me when I first played. But Greg is adamant about it. But basically, this is just what they want to see at the market. And what they consume is just going to be one food. Any food. It's not even the food that they even want. I'm hoping to maybe change that. But anyway. Similarly, ale is a requirement of tier 2 and tier 3 and so on. But actually, these guys were consuming it too. So people didn't realize, like, oh my god, we're drinking so much ale. It's like, yeah, because everybody's drinking it. So you've actually made it now where I believe they don't drink it. So you should just have a lot more. But tips on sustaining it, I don't know. I never really struggled with it myself before, to be honest. So I don't really, yeah, unfortunately I just don't really have any tips for it. Like, I wouldn't import it. I would just have fields. I'd normally go for a second region and make a farming region, and you'd have more than enough, but I guess it all depends how big you build your towns. I never really go above 60 families. Some people go into the hundreds, so at that point, it's obviously a logistical struggle, I guess. But yeah, for me, it's never been too bad because I just don't build too crazy big, because there's really no need to. Beyond wanting to. Still waiting for another item to be sold. Where are these guys? Waiting, transporting, you're transporting. Transporting pelts. Okay. Need to build some houses so nobody's moving in. We could start to build some bigger homes. Oh, you know what would be kind of nice? Maybe we can make a home with like an orchard around it near the church. So if we made this one house, one plot, that would be like a big orchard that wraps around part of the church. That could be kind of nice. Maybe I'll make it just a little smaller than that. I wonder how far back we could go. Could we do that? That'd be a bit weird. Oh yeah, you can actually. You can wrap all the way around. Good job, Captain Gars. That's actually not too shabby at all. Now, that's 410% cost. So this is a new change. This is actually my change. That's a rough price though. So 410% increased cost means that you'd need a huge amount of money to plant this. But this would look great, so I'm still going to commit to it. I think it would look really nice. Maybe it doesn't make much sense having the doorway go out that way, though. It's going to be one or the other, though, isn't it? Could maybe force this a bit with a road. Something like that. Yes. That icon's in the middle. I hope everything's okay. I think it is. Yeah, this could be cool. Alright, let's try it. 430% increased cost. Maybe, just one, sorry to be so specific about it. Oh yeah, and this road comes out here. Oh, that's fine. That's just going into the orchard. Obviously. There we go, 260. That's much more affordable. It's still really expensive, and it should look good. Little monastery, little orchard for the monastery. Nice. Anyway, hey, I'm actually watching your 117 videos right now and saw your life. Thank you. Hello. Watch both. Give me all the views, please. Someone earlier in the chat said something about how you need to have a hitching post before you add an ox. No, we fixed that bug. That was an issue before, though. But, you know, we actually did fix that. You don't need to have one now. I mean, I say this as if I'm 100% certain. I mean, I know we did fix it, but that could be the same bug again. But yeah, in theory, that's not the same problem anymore. Okay, let's just build a couple houses out this way. I kind of want to do some more irregularly shaped houses. Let's follow the mine this way. And the tree line. Get some veggie plots or something. Cool. This is going to look great. What? Oh, no. I can't build a backyard. The icon was there. The game has lied to me. Oh. It's not supposed to display that icon unless you can build, but I guess it was placed over the church. Damn, I was getting really excited about that. I'm going to try and do that again. Or do something like that again. I've never seen that before. Normally if you have the icon, it just works. This would work, though, right? Maybe we could do another one at the back. So 2 separate houses to create the same effect. That could work. 80% cost. Alright, let's try that instead. How am I doing? I'm good. Yeah, I'm good today. Thank you. I've been watched your 117 Anna videos for 6 straight hours. It was very relaxing. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people say they go to sleep watching it, which is fun. They've said that before with NO 1800. Oh, I keep forgetting about our troops. Oh, we're actually in combat. Oh my god. I wasn't paying attention. They kind of come out to meet you, but I wasn't paying attention. I was like, why is the music changing? Anyway, it's just our little baby bandits. It should be totally fine, but we might lose a guy because of our... Yeah, we did, because of our formation. Damn. Alright. Oh well, losing a guy means you lost a spear and a shield. You don't get it back. How much money do we have now? 82? Let's get our horse. Do we have the stable space for that, actually? We technically don't. Let's add some small stables. And we'll order a horse. I've changed my gameplay, Nano, because you showed me some tips and tricks. Awesome, nice. Hopefully for the benefit, for the better. Alrighty. Send the resources to the town, and we got 101. That's actually almost as much as you can get. I think it's up to 110 or something is the max. Alright, let's go home. No other bandits around now. Nope, it was just those. Can you imagine reading things? I know. Greg is like so funny with that. I'm like, we need better tutorials and stuff. He's like, nobody reads that stuff. I read it when I go into new games. I maybe don't always do the tutorial, but I do read things. Like I read everything when I'm in playing strategy games. Awesome, we have some money. We probably still won't be able to build the orchard. Did I ever build it? I never actually made this into a vegetable plot. Alright, so there's 2 vegetable plots. Make some vegetable plots here as well, maybe. They just take 2 planks. So it says yield increases with plot size, but so does the planting cost. Yield does not increase with plot size for animals. Is he stuck or something? Or just no handler right now? Yeah. Nice, people moving in left, right, and center. We still haven't even gone 1 year in the game, so I'm playing very slow. Our people are home. They have to break the news about the death they had to Maud. She's gonna be devastated. Alright, back to work, guys. Yes, nice. Okay, cool. So, orchard, please. Trees take approximately 2 to 4 years to fully mature. No problemo. And then we can pop another house here at the back. And make this the rest of the orchard. Maybe. I'm just thinking what the best way to do that would be. Yeah, I guess the road is sort of predefined for me there. I want one less wide than that. Let's do this. I guess I can't really do that. Actually, if it was 2 houses, it would probably look alright. Yeah, could do that. We won't have the money for it right now anyway. Apples, 108. 162. 108's not too bad, actually. Alright, yeah, let's do that. Seeds purchased. Right, so... There's been improvements to this, by the way. So now, I think... Yeah. You can have 4 horses now that work this. It was previously only 2. So next time we get a little bit more money, we'll just add another one. And that's just going to make our trade better and better. And then we'll get the hunting hounds. There he is. What a good boy. That's Jerry. And Jerry will basically bring back extra pelts and meat every time we go get some. So how's our scale economy now? So yeah, we're a little low on meat. Could just be transport reasons. Because we have enough in store. Yeah, okay. Alright, we're up to 75. I think you have to get to 80 if you want to get even more families to join. We're still getting 2 families per month. So we need to really build up more houses. We need more people on this. Okay, another one on that. I think we're okay for everything else. I'll just speed up time. We're ready to go to tier 2 if we just make planks. And that will make even more passive income. 4 horses is way better. Yeah, and it's hopefully it'll just make a lot more sense for people as well. It's like for every family you can have a horse. That should work pretty well. How many houses do we have now? So we have 14 occupied houses. So this can supply 15. So we need another log to improve our well. Actually, we need stone, yeah. I have to get some stone going. Ah, no logs. I'll just have to wait. We're using them all in the saw pit right now. Where's our saw pit workers? Lazy. This is all new as well. Well, new to this beta, or to the beta generally. Being able to see the productivity and how long they spend doing tasks versus transport versus staying at home being sick or being out and about as a military unit. So that's kind of helpful. Knowing if things are running efficiently. So what do we got? Food for 12 months and fuel for 4 months. Sweet. Yeah, are we still selling mushrooms? Surprised if we... How many do we have? Oh, we still have 183. Wow, so many. Alright, 54. We're really close to getting another one. No trees just yet. Never made any sense in the first place for the trading post to be able to employ 4 families, but only 2. Yeah, I don't know why it was done that way. Assign a priest to the church so you can bury the dead bodies. The dead are way too far out there. They only bury when they're dead inside your own region, so no one's died at home. So we don't need that. Not yet. Never. Hopefully never. How's our tool economy? Yeah, we're still fine for that. And we're starting to make logs. Alright, just need to go to the bathroom. We'll be back in... Oh, actually, we just got... Let's get another horse. There we go. That's going to speed up things greatly. And I think we got the stable space for it. We could move these stables nearer to the thing, just to make it look kind of nice. I was going to say, can they get to that okay? Kind of wedged them into the sides a bit. We'll find out. I'm surprised we're not seeing that horse in action right now. Like, why aren't they... Oh, it says mounting a horse. Great, yeah, good. They get assigned as a livestock worker automatically, actually. Neat. Alright, I'll just leave it here for a sec, and I'll be back in a moment. Just going to the bathroom. What time is it there? It is 7 p.m. This is so hard. I'm in the middle of a huge project in Satisfactory, but these betas look so good. Yeah, there's no harm in just waiting, I suppose, until the beta's fully out. There's still a couple little bugs that we gotta squash, but we're almost... the end goal is in sight. Back in 1 sec. Alrighty, thank you for bearing with me. It's 1 a.m. there, wow. Where are you? Australia? Or somewhere like Asia or something? It would be great if when assigning new workers, it shows families without backyard extensions. Yeah, not a bad idea. You should, if you do have suggestions, because I probably won't be able to remember everything. The gameplay feedback section of the Manor Lords Discord, it's awesome. Like, that's where you should go. It's not just a single channel, it's like a forum, so you can post subjects and other people upvote it. Yeah, that's a good one. Recently, changes were made to how families are decided. It's mostly based on proximity, I think. But something else was changed. Oh yeah, if they're sick, like, they're not chosen for work unless they're really close or something like that. Thank you, by the way. Bonus night. Sorry, bouncy night. My bad. Bouncy night. Thank you. Yeah, the AI programmer, he's great. He noticed like some, like when he was building his towns and stuff, he was noticing like, oh yeah, they're not like assigning the closest and stuff. So he made definitely made some optimizations and improvements of that. Which just trickles on down to the players. So this is the AI town, by the way, so far. They're doing well. They might have more houses than me. That's a big one they're building there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow, he's got a blacksmith and a joiner up already. He's tier 2'd out of his mind. He's got his veggie plots planted. AI doesn't cheat, by the way. They make their money. He must have his trader up. Oh yeah, look at this. He's got his quarry up and everything. He had rich stone. We saw that earlier. Oh yeah, and we noticed that salt is good for money, so it kind of explains how he's so far ahead. But within not even a year. Always impressed with how fast they build and how good they are. Be interesting to see how good they are when it comes to the military stuff in the future. Because that's when it gets really difficult, I bet. Like positioning troops and stuff like that. Yeah, honestly, this town kind of looks better than mine. Mine's kind of a bit grid-like. But oh well. And I haven't even... I've built these, but I haven't planted them yet. I'm saving my money for horses and stuff. 19 days for the next one. And I was thinking I'd like to build another orchard here that wraps around the other side. But I don't know how easy that would be. We'd have to move the well. Let me see. Just for now, I'm just going to move the well here and another one there. And I'll get rid of that one. Won't see these for a while pop in, I don't think. Oh, we're doing 2 free houses, okay. Where are my guys? Are they coming back? Mounting a horse. Heinz is mounting a horse. You better mount that horse. It's taking ages. I want to see what they do. I want to make sure these guys are working correctly. Where are you going? The horse isn't there anymore, man. Okay. Oh yeah, he's got his horse. He's got his cart. Good. These people just got sick. Oh no, they're cold. Are we low on firewood? Kind of are. Are they stuck? No? You're okay? You're really far out. Oh, we'll get back on firewood anyway. I'm sure they'll be fine soon. I just want to make sure they're using the horse. Oh, only one is here at the moment still. I ordered a second one. It never arrived. Oh. No, it's coming now. It's coming now. As I knew it would. There we go. So that's our guy going off. Now you're trading, but did you load up with stuff? I assume so. Alright, well the next horse is on its way in, which is good. I'll speed things up. Yeah, we need to actually, let's start thinking about getting to tier 2. Because we're going to have to start making our own weapons and stuff before we get attacked. We'll just give all of these tier 2. By the way, now the people living in their houses upgrade their own houses and their own workplaces. If no builders are free. So that should make things go a little bit quicker too. So, just like Anno, you need to fulfill everything in order to actually be able to upgrade. So it costs 2 logs and 8 planks. So we had built up enough for at least these 5. We've got room for more. So let's do it. Ah, we're out now. Yeah, out of planks. That's okay. Let's get back on the planks as well, actually. Oh, we have someone on it. Nice. Money's good. 120. Can we get another horse? Do that, and food and everything is fine, so we're not in any danger. Great. Which version of FSR is the game using? I actually don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. You should build farms after the snow melts. I don't know. Fertility was pretty weak. I mean, it's actually not too bad there, I suppose. Clothing is what we're going to need. And rye. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe we will. I kind of was just going to go get that other region. The one next to us has, like, great fertility, and so does this one. So it's like, that's the place to be for farming. If we want to set up true multi-regional gameplay, we should attempt it, I think. And then as soon as the end of the new year starts and the snows melt, I want to start planting. These vegetable farms don't get worked or harvested during winter. So I've just been kind of waiting. Once we hit spring, we can plant those. We should have enough money by then. Oh, I need more stable space. Don't we have another? Yeah. Wow, boom, boom, just like that. Need to change that. That's too quick. Now we're talking 182 regional wealth. That's what I like to see. 72 happiness. They're going to start needing more things. What do you need now? Garments. Missing variety. Garments. And then here we should see garments, clothes. We need to make clothes. Animal produce and fruits are in their own category now. For tier 2. Oh, I forgot about that. So animal produce. That's milk and eggs. So goats will help provide the milk, I guess. Or we could just wait for the first yield. It'll take all the way till September. I don't mind waiting that long for the first apples to come in, although there won't be that much. We could do quinces on this side maybe to get both at the same time. A bandit camp was sighted. Yeah, we'll go out and take that out soon. Oh yeah, my origin hurts farming. That's a good point. Did I ever think about playing Rust? Oh, sorry, I didn't read that. I played Rust years ago. It's okay. I wouldn't really play it on my channel, though, now. I mostly just play strategy games or city builders on my channel. I think the tool chance will make them a threat later on, and hopefully they don't die mid-game. The tool chance? Yeah, they're doing great. They've got a little bit of everything going, even charcoal. IYO. How realistic are the recommended system requirements stated in Steam? I still have an Intel i7 1080 Ti. Just wondering how well it would run. Again, unfortunately, I don't really know. I'm not much of a hardware guy. I think since the game released, it's only gotten more optimized. So my guess would be that you should be totally fine based on that. I don't think it's... Like, they moved from Unreal Engine 4 to 5. But we saw performance increases, not decreases. So I would imagine you're fine. But it's a scalable game, so it kind of depends on how big you end up building. Like late game, things do slow down. And there's always going to be improvements and work done, especially in the future when we get bigger and bigger cities. And like we intend on having bigger and bigger cities. At the moment, we just kind of let people do that. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the Steam thing now. The minimum is an i5 4670 quad-core Intel. 8 gigs of RAM. I'm kind of surprised that. But yeah, 1050 is the minimum for an NVIDIA. And an RX 460. I haven't even heard of that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the hardware guy though, so sorry, I don't really know. The game is on Game Pass. If you wanted to just try it, maybe that's an option, just to see if it runs for you, okay? Because it's playing Manor Lords with a 1070 on a Ryzen 5 3600. You should be fine. Small UI nitpick. The first items in the requirement lists I read as one of the requirements versus the title of the category. Let's see. So you're saying that you read this as the title of the category? Oh my god, text doesn't even appear for that. Oh no, that's broken. I have to make a note of that. That's the category, technically. The icon is the category name. That was working last week. Alright, just written that one down so I can go get that one. Anything text related, I try to help. So you read forage goods is the whole thing. I don't necessarily disagree, but I also just, I don't know, I don't think, it depends. Yeah, we need more people to say that for us to go like, okay, yeah, that's a common thing. That might be a rare thing, you know, I don't know. So a tier 1 house, you open it up and you go like, oh, I need foraged goods. I mean, it is true, you do. But why would you think that's the title and then look at something that says fruits, grains, and vegetables? Like, you know that you can't forage grains, right? Inherently. Meats, fishes, and animal produce. I don't know. I kind of don't fully see it. I can kind of see it, but not really. If this was center aligned, I could maybe see it being a title, but it's listed just like all the others, so. I'm just trying to think like what could we even do? First one just happens to seem more generic. Text hierarchy could use a bit of polish. Yeah, I don't know what kind of solution. Do you have any ideas? Well, maybe we could help that. God, the snow is blinding. How are we doing for money now? 182. I can start planting our things soon. It's January. Age of Empires series and Thronefall. Thronefall, the little kind of indie game? Or is that an older game? Because Thronefall's a newer game that I played not too long ago. It's like a tower defense game. How does the coding in C++ work in a gaming engine? Is it used to trigger rules and animations, or how? It's used for loads of things. So I'm not the most technical person. I only know a little bit about programming. I'm like a designer and writer mostly. I do some programming, but not much. So you can work in a game in Unreal and just keep it all through blueprints and logic if you want, which means you never even look at code. That'd be probably pretty difficult. But the way it works for us is it's attached to Visual Studio, which runs the project. It runs a version of Unreal through code. So it's like we compile Unreal in Visual Studio and run it. And then within there, we make edits to certain things. So it's kind of like we're running Unreal Engine, if you want to think of it that way. But I don't know. I'm not the most technical. I really don't know the proper answer to it. I just know that like a lot of the logic for the game is handled in code. Like pathfinding is handled in code. It's not handled in Unreal, as far as I know, as far as I've seen. I'm trying to think of other examples of what's like done in code. Like so much of the game is done in code and not in Unreal. Unreal's kind of handling, I think, anyway, like all the graphics and the lighting and all that kind of stuff. But the logic of like assigning jobs or going and getting things, or even the inventory management of storehouses and all that kind of stuff, it's all code. It's all code based. Even like food spoiling, it's like every month we take some food and we calculate percentages and then delete some of it because it's spoiled. It's like that's done in code. Yeah, but I wish I was technical enough to know like why or what you should put in code and what you should leave to Unreal. I don't really know. I kind of really want to make my own game, and I probably would use Unreal now that I know more about it. But I imagine I would do some code, but I imagine I would try to keep stuff as far away from code as possible if I could, and rely on the engine. But if you want to optimize the game, you kind of have to go into the code and fiddle around a bit. Maybe fine as is, but I think the naming is what gets me. Like it says meat and then fish. In my main, fish is a form of meat. So if it said deer or something instead, it would be clearer. But it can't say deer because that's too specific, right? I know what you're saying, but it has to... The categories match up here. So meats, fishes. Yeah, I can't remember why we added the plural of that, but we did. Like fishes, carp, eel. So it would have to say meats. Sausages, mutton, pork, chicken, beef, chevin, and small game. Yeah, I don't know what else you could say, like livestock cuts or something, but it's basically meats. But I guess fish is... Why, is it a form of meat? I suppose in some ways it is. I'm deciding whether or not to buy Manor Lords off Steam today. I grew up on AoE 2 and 3 and Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2. Well, this game is less of an RTS and more of a city builder. It's much more... 97% of your time you're building a city. 3% of the time you do a little bit of combat toward the end. That is not nearly as involved as the combat of Age of Empires. Maybe eventually it will be, but for now it's not. So if you like city builders, like a game like Banished, even a game like Anno... another one would be Farthest Frontier. Like these games are kind of, it's a lot of people would call them colony survival games, like colony builders, even less so city builder, because you're more intimate with just a handful of people. A city builder is normally like very large scale thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, potentially. Whereas a colony builder is like you're managing how people eat and stuff like that, and their survival. So this is a colony kind of game. All right, anyway, let's inject some energy back in. So we're almost done with winter. The timer's down by here. So it's February 8th on our second year. We started in March, year 1. So we're almost done a full year. And we have no more extra houses for people to move in, so we have to build some. Oh yeah, I cleared some from here. I want to see if we can build here. The unique selling point of this game, I would say, is that it is a gridless city builder. I wonder if I could do that. It's a gridless city builder, so it has more organic shapes and layouts to things. Maybe if we do this, that looks like it'll fit as well. And most other city builders like this don't have that. Some do, but most don't. It's quite a tough technical thing to do, to take your game off a grid and make it like free form and allow you to like build roads in whatever shape you want, and things snap to the roads then and stuff like that. Causes so many problems with pathfinding, but it's obviously the big selling point, like the cool thing about the game, or one of the cool things about the game. And then this game is really inspired to be like a realistic, somewhat realistic city builder set in like Franconia in like the 1400s, you know, and building a little economy and keeping everybody alive and making money, and then using that money to field a small military that then goes out and conquers regions. So blocks of territory effectively, and by doing so pushes out the enemy AI and defends against raids and hires mercenaries, that kind of thing. But it's an early access game. I work on the game, by the way. It's an early access game, and the combat side of things, like while it's there and it works, like it'll be fleshed out like later in the project's life cycle, because a lot of it hinges on how you get your economy up and running first. So that's kind of why we're doing that more so now. But we do have like kind of castles in the game, and we've started to implement the AI on the map. There was no AI on the map until this update. So they're building their own town now, and they've radically improved just in the last 3 months, I would say. Going from barely being... It's so interesting being watching it. It's like barely being able to like build a backyard plot, like put vegetables in it. Now they're building like faster than me. So it's awesome. Gars has done like Nicholas has done like an amazing work on that, and it's just his speed is crazy. So yeah, it'll get there with the combat side, but yeah, for now I would mostly tell people, like, just so you know, it is mostly economy and city building. Wow, people moved into that immediately, by the way. We can expand these houses to have a second house within them, so we'll do that. Issue that I see with Unreal 5 is that even though it's free and has a lot of freedom, optimizing the game is very time consuming. Hence there were so many bad UE optimized games. Yeah, well, it's a lot of people don't realize, like, it's also a skill issue. You know, it's difficult to optimize games, and typically when a developer chooses an engine, they might not be prepared for building an engine. They might not have the technical know-how to do it. So then when it comes to like, oh man, it's not running well, it's like they just might not have the technical know-how to really be able to optimize it that well. Not all developers are created equal. Like, I have a degree in programming and I graduated from game development, albeit 8 years ago now, and I never applied it, so my programming is like woeful. I wouldn't know how to do that. I mean, years and years ago I would have been a bit better, but not great. And then you've got other people, other programmers, who are just like, they know everything about it. They know exactly how to do it. But it's difficult. It's like heavy math and very strong logic skills is what you need to be able to do it, and a deep understanding of how whatever framework you're working with, a deep understanding of that framework. So I think, you know, just from a layman's perspective on the outside of things, I look at people who've chosen, like bigger studios even, it's like, oh yeah, you got like 60 people, but they're using Unreal, and then their game is like stuttery and it's like not the best, and it's like they probably just don't know how to do it. They don't really know how to optimize properly. And then you look at someone like Embark, the people who make Arc Raiders. That game's based on Unreal, looks amazing, and it runs flawlessly, and it's multiplayer, which is even more difficult. And the finals as well. They added destruction tech to that game that's never been seen in any other Unreal Engine type game. You know, they added their own stuff into it. Looks amazing, runs amazing. Most impressive destruction ever. And these guys, a lot of them have come from DICE, and DICE made their own engine. So they're obviously technically proficient, you know, or at least some of them are. So they are capable of doing that. So it's, you know, it's interesting watching. People often want to blame Unreal for not being optimized, and then Tim Sweeney comes out and says like, well, it's not necessarily our fault. And I think you know, he's kind of right. It's kind of like the people who are choosing to use it probably don't have the technical know-how to solve some of the problems they're creating within the engine. That'll be my guess. I'm just kind of on the outside on that kind of stuff. Start getting tax from now? Yeah, I never really bothered with treasury for a really long time, because you just don't. I just don't find like you really need it for much. What do you use it for? Just mercenaries, isn't it? And buying your retinue, I guess. I used to, but like these days, I'm like, no, your own troops will be more than enough. So in a year from now, we're gonna get attacked. And even when I play in the hardest difficulty, I still don't bother with it for a long time. Anyway, so we upgraded all these houses. So now we can do backyard plots. So previously, you know, I guess we do have some new people, so I should kind of explain the game. So when you have a plot and you have a little extension at the back, so you can build a house like really small, right? So that's just a house, one house on its own. But if we build bigger, like this, sorry, something like that, we rotate, we can see this symbol, right? That means that we have room for an extension slot. If we lower it, we have room for 2 houses within one plot and an extension slot. So why would you ever want to have 2 houses in one? They share fuel. They share their fuel. So you can cut down on fuel costs if you combine houses. But they still both eat food separately. And they'll work the same backyard. So if we've got a big long backyard with lots of vegetables and stuff in it, both families will try to work it. So it kind of divides up their time. So you can work bigger fields that way. The other thing then would be, when you want to turn them into artisans, so which we're going to do, we want here to create a blacksmith. So let's do it. Do we want that first? Yeah, sure, why not? We'll do a blacksmith. So it's 25 regional wealth and 8 planks. Now, the family that works here can no longer be assigned to any other job. They have to work their own house. And what's going to happen is a blacksmith will be built out the backyard. So if you've got 2 families living in one house, both of them will be blacksmiths. You can actually have up to 4 families living in one plot, which can be really efficient because some people will go off and get the materials, the others are working on the crafting, and that kind of thing. But you also earn wealth per house, per plot, sorry, not per family. So there's reasons to have doubles and reasons not to in certain situations. These are orchards. I probably didn't need to double up these ones. Orchards are quite passive. They just kind of grow on their own. In fact, I'd meant to build that one here. I forgot to. And we've never planted these. It's now March, so we can actually start to get some stuff in. So let's go with cabbages on these smaller ones. And we'll do carrots maybe on these ones. Now, the reason you'd ever want that to do any kind of variety is because as we level up houses, like here, they need 2 things. And this could be 2 types of vegetables, or it could be vegetables and forage goods, or it could be 2 types of bread. So we can do a bit of both. So having a variety is usually better. We'll just continue to upgrade those houses, and then we need to build more and get more people out. So why am I doing a blacksmith? Well, we want to start thinking about getting stone. We should have done this ages ago, really, but that'll help get the rubble that's nearby. So there's 114 stone nearby. There's iron here, 117. Not much, but worth getting. With a mining pit. Then we're going to want to build up our industry for that. So we need a bloomery to turn the ore into... Oh, I have to wait for more wood and stuff to come in. Alright. I also need to assign more people to these because our markets are full. So more on the storehouse, more on the granary. That's going to be 2 new little stalls that are going to open up, and that will help with the supply and demand of everything. And as March is happening, we should be getting our mushrooms growing back. The animals are good all the time, so there's no problem there. Could probably have 2 families on this. Oh yeah, they're filling up with pelts and not hunting because of that. So we're lacking on logistics, so we have to we're actually full as well. Oh yeah, I forgot that. We just left fuel going. My bad. An army, a ruler's, yeah, another army was spotted. So they're actually marching through my terrain to get to the bandits. I shouldn't have really let them do that. They're over there. I could maybe beat them to it. Let's see. They're there. They're just heading towards to kill the bandits, but I want to kill the bandits so we can get the money and influence for ourselves. So I'm just going to run directly to that location if we can. Now the more you run, the less, the more you hurt your fatigue, and that's going to hurt your combat, but it should be okay. They keep coming in and out of the forest, which is why that's triggering multiple times. Anyway, will there be a felling system for trees when placing a field so they don't automatically disappear, but will have to be cut down? No, that's not planned. Embark is an amazing team. I think you should start... Oh, yes, I read that already. I don't know if they've been killed already, have they? No, they're there. Higher ground works great in these fights. Yeah, definitely. Fighting in a forest, not so good though. You can also kind of cheese it a bit. Like they could fight the AI and I could just sweep in and take the camp out and get the money, which I might do. They are coming for me actually. Oh well, that's not a big deal. They might do that to me now. Screw me. Oh no, they're going to them. Excellent. Perfect. Can sneak through here. Really a messy fight on the side of this hill. Just chill music as well. Oh, they've got the height advantage. This crazy steep hill, actually. Jeez. They're obviously just going to get surrounded, though. Archers are getting their distance. This doesn't look too good. They're kind of messed up. Admittedly, they're a really awkward spot. But they're like moving downstream now. Yeah, I think the AI is quite confused how to navigate the hill. Or they're trying to go to this. I don't think so though, because they're facing the other way. They're like backing off. Although some of them aren't. Oh, maybe they are just... Maybe... Oh yeah, that's probably what's happened. They do probably have the order to go for that. But then some of the troops got caught with a little engagement. Although, have they just disappeared now? I think he just disbanded the whole thing. I didn't even know you could do that. I thought the Hildebold had to walk off map. Or he's become hidden in the forest. That could be the case. I'm taking it for me anyway. 114. Wow, we've gotten pretty lucky with those. Because it only goes to 120. Yeah, we'll see if he moves again. I'd be super surprised to learn that he just disbands randomly. Pretty sure he has to walk off the map. Although if it's all mercenaries, maybe not. Yeah, that could be the case. How are we doing now? We got money now. Our carrots are being grown. We have cabbages all here. Nothing in this one yet. Room for more people, and we're only gaining 1 per month at the moment. Okay. Could get the quinces here. Oh, we can see the saplings are... actually, no, that's just flowers. Never mind. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen them yet, actually. Did they ever dig their ones? I hope they did. Guess we'll see. You just pulled a heist on them? Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm loving this. This little road up here. It's super cool. This will look great when the trees, like, mature. So, apple trees take 3 years. And they harvest every September. These take 2 years. So these should grow. They should visually look bigger sooner. Anyway, yeah, so how many days? We got 320 days to start getting our stone. Let's get our mines going. Let's get the bloomery. I guess a smithy would be good as well. And then we have our blacksmith. So the blacksmith, we'll just tell him not to make anything for now. Money's still flowing. And we have 3 of these guys. Let's get another family on this. Let's start getting some mushrooms again. And let's clean up the terrain here a little. Don't mind a little bit of shrubbery, but it's a bit excessive. The deforestation is real. Cool. What else do I need to make? I need a joiner that's going to make shields, so we might as well get that going now. We have our little blacksmith at the back, and they'll build a little joiner. Excellent. We've got loads of material. It really should just be spamming, and we've got loads of food. I mean, we could have so many more houses, really. So our market's here. I guess we'll just build a little road out this way, and maybe a bunch of houses along here. Be good to get some animals in as well. People have asked for this, and I would like it too, which is to be able to edit the points after you place them. Like, just drag them. That'd be nice. Alright, bunch more houses there. How are we doing with this? Whoops, didn't mean to do that, sorry. Yeah. Oh yeah, and cloth production. So, in order to get another region, we need much more influence. We need 1,000. We can get more every time we fight. We didn't fight that group, so we didn't get any that time. But we could get some through the tithe. But I don't have my manor even built yet, so we'll get that soon. How much have I missed? How's everyone? Everyone's good, I think. How much have you missed? Yeah, I've been taking it pretty slow and answering a bunch of questions, but I'm going to speed up now a bit. So we have 20 families in total. We're building a bunch of new houses. We started with rich wild animals and rich mushrooms, so our food is really good. Money's really good now that we're selling all these pelts and stuff that we've been making. We chose the Of the Voigtland perk, and doing that has given us extra small game and pelts, extra mushrooms, so double the amount of mushrooms that we can have, and then extra income when we're selling things. So this has been awesome. Super suited the playstyle that we got. Smithy is finished. Yeah, we've just set up our first bloomery. And fuel is good, is it? All that stuff is good? Yep. Did we build up the storehouse? Oh no, I thought I clicked that. Sorry, my bad. And we want to build this up too. So large granary, large storehouse. We want to get another storehouse and granary up soon as well, probably. Oh, we don't need another granary for fields. We don't need that here. Another storehouse though for all the metals and stuff might be good. We probably want to start importing iron ore as well once we start running low of it over here. 105. And we're just gathering up stone right now as well. Good easy moneymaker for stone is turning stone into mortar. With the lime kiln, you sort of double the amount that you get. It's every 1 stone into 2 mortar, and the mortar is priced the same as stone, so you sort of double the value if you can just set that up. Alright, extra houses are done. People should be moving in shortly. Post haste. Not seeing too much being stored up here anymore, which is great. It means that they're actually selling it properly. Now, these guys, I want them to have goats. Something I didn't even show, by the way, is the environment screen. That's the one of the big new things in the game too. This screen. So these will operate like a pie chart. So as one side grows, the other gets lower or higher. And then we have different things. So we've got 62% woodland. So if we get pigs, their time to yield will decrease by the amount equal. So they'll decrease their time to yield by 62%. So it'll be very strong. The pigs will be yielding pork left, right, and center. But I was probably going to go with goats because you get hides passively, as well as you get milk and chevon, their meat. Is there a knowledge tree also in this game? No. So the quote tech tree is this perk, these perks here. But so far there's just 9. So you choose one of 9. In the previous version of the game, this was like a skill tree almost. It was a big circle. And there was like 20 things you could spec into. But we've reworked it to this system. But we're in the very early phases of it. So there's only one set of choices right now. But this will get stuff soon, like in a couple of months. And then there'll be like much more to play around with. Loving the info pop-up screen, the thing on the bottom. I just anticipated people would probably ask stuff, so I just decided to put that there. I like the UI. Yeah, it's great. The artist's done such a great job. I mean, it was so fun making these perks, and then like the artist, like coming up with like the designs for them and stuff. I was like, it looks so. I think it looks so cool. And then for the screen and everything, I was like, oh, it looks amazing. Like they did a great job because I just came up with the perks. It was so nice to see how good it looks then when it was placed into these screens. The environment screen was Greg's idea. For the most part, I think. And I came up with some of the affinities. And how affinities would work, actually. Well, it's all a collaborative affair. It's not about who did what. But yeah, but he did a great job anyway in figuring out like how to lay out the screen. It's really cool. So we have the way this works basically. So we have meadow. So that's just like open grassland. Then we have woodland, which is trees. Farmland, if you have lots of fields. Rural, which is basically most buildings except for tier 3 buildings. And then urban, which is tier 3. So if you build a lot of tier 3 houses, this increases. And then you have this affinity. So it increases the durability of maintenance for urban buildings. So basically, if you've got loads of urban buildings, the amount of maintenance you need goes down. We haven't designed any for these. Well, we have new ideas for them. But for this update, we didn't have any active for these two. For this one, we've got a bunch. We have pannage. So yeah, swine grow fat on mast and acorn. So basically letting them out into the forest. The more forest you have, the more meat you get, basically. Teaming, so this is yeah, berries and mushrooms will regrow faster. So you're encouraged not just to deforest your whole region, you're encouraged to regrow it if you can. And then tanning is improved as well. And then for the meadow, we have pollination and wilding. So crop, orchard, and vegetable yields are increased by an amount equal to 30% of the combined meadow environment and apiation affinity values. So an oversight probably here is that apiation isn't shown here, but when you build an apiary, you can see how much you have. You get 2% apiation for every apiary you have, up to 10%. So what that means is 31% the meadow plus whatever apiation you have, which is potentially 10. So you say 41%, then you take a third of that, which I don't know, what's that, like 15 or something, a little bit less. So you say like, okay, your yields of all your crops, orchards, and vegetables will be 15% higher then. So that's how that works. Because we had it as a direct value, but it was just way too high. So it was like, okay, 30% of that number then. I look like Simon Pegg. I don't think so, but okay. Good looking man. Thanks, F. Mahmoud. Is the 62% in addition to base efficiency, or is it 62% overall? I'll just read it again. For this, it says the time to yield decreases by an amount equal. So if it takes pigs 100 days to drop one pork, it'll take 38, because it'll be minus 62 days. You know, 62% faster. Whoa, holy crap. Sanat Huja, 50 gifted memberships. Jeez. Oh my god, I'm going to have to mute that. Thank you so much, though. That's such a huge amount. Jeez. It's 50 gifted donation or memberships. It's like out of nowhere as well. Sanet Huja. He's given them before, I believe. So thank you. Really do appreciate that. It's a huge amount. So thank you very, very much. Really do appreciate it. I will have to mute that because that's just going to keep beeping 50 times over. And I can't remember how. Oh yeah, this button. There we go. Thank you. There's too many names to read out as well. David Scott 3607. Hopefully that's answered the question though. It's a beard, kind of. So that one was, you know, it just literally says like the time it takes to yield will be improved by 62%. If we have a look at bark gathering, tannery yield increased proportional to the woodland environment. So the yield is going to be 62% more. I think how that works is if you were to get one leather, you'll get one and then 62% chance of another one. Pretty sure that's how that works. It's hard to remember because we changed it a few times. It's either that or I'm pretty sure it is that for that. Yeah. And then for teaming, well, we'll just read it. Adds a chance for wild animals to produce 2 offspring instead of 1. So it's a 62% chance. And for berries and mushrooms to grow 1 resource more per clump. So normally they grow like, yeah, there's like clumps of resources for a group of berries. There might be like 8. And they grow by a set amount, like maybe 4 every week during times where they're growing. But with this, they'll grow like there's a chance of an extra one popping in. So basically, it just basically means like faster growth, and you should feel it to be about 62% faster. That's effectively kind of what it means. We're still going. Yeah, I want to go until we get to tier 3. I need to speed up a bit, actually. The stone is all gathered, so that's good. Only 10 left to pull from here. Alright, that's done. Let's get rid of that building. Oh yes, you can see the trees coming in now. There we go. Our little baby saplings. Pantry is full for the forager hut. So that means we're not picking things up fast enough. So let's get more people assigned to logistics, please. How are we doing now? Yeah, pretty good. We have 5 living space, so people will be moving in. These are all tier 2'd, except that one. Yeah, we can upgrade the orchards now. And we ultimately are trying to make... Yes, we have 24 iron slabs. Excellent. So we want to say spears, I guess. And we'll just set a reserve of 1 and let them work. And why 1? Well, because we've already assigned to make 36. So it's a surplus of 1 that we want. So they'll make everything that's needed to fill this unit. And then we did build a joiner, actually. Oh, we're probably making small shields, and I forgot. Oh, no, we're making large ones. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Good. 10 large shields. So just make a surplus of 1. So that means we've actually made 29 large shields. We have 29 shields, yeah. Which is more than we have for this unit. But as they fill up, they'll get their equipment. So that's working just fine. Fine and dandy. We can follow the blacksmiths and see what they're doing. She's just delivering in something right now. Looks like a little piece of iron. I guess I didn't need a smithy, actually, thinking about it, because we have a blacksmith. Blacksmiths can make weapons, so we'll just get rid of that. Or, sorry, make tools, I mean. How are we for tools? We're a little low. Maybe I'll just tell them to make a few tools first. There we go. Excellent. The economy thrives. We have 264. So now I wanted to get... These are all going to be animal farms. Yeah, we want to import all those goats. Start making more meat. Because meat's going to be... Well, I guess with the wild animals, actually, it's not going to be that tough. And then they'll start harvesting these. So we planted everything here in March. And I think... Oh, we can't check that now, actually. I think it's 14 weeks for carrots. 12 weeks for beets, 14, I think. And then 18 for cabbage, something like that. March, April, May, June. Yeah, so June. We should see these getting harvested pretty soon. Alright. Yeah, that really was generous. I mean, I can't stress enough. I mean, think about it. 50 times whatever the amount it is for a membership. I mean, I think it's like $4.99 or something. It's an incredible amount. Even if it's the lower tier, which I don't think it was, but thank you. I mean, this is your calling, more Anno, and you're so good at it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier, I was a bit disappointed. The last video didn't do very well. Not that, I mean, I always expect them to go down a little bit as the series goes on and on. There's always a little bit of bleed. But for some reason, it was a significant drop. But oh well. There will be a new one tomorrow. The plan is every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday now. And then I want to do streams on the other days. Or videos for other things. I recently bought Surviving Mars relaunched. Sorry, I was actually sent it. I was going to buy it. But then the discount wasn't being applied. And I reached out to them. And then they sent it to me. So anyway, yeah, so I was thinking of playing that. A lot of people are miffed in the community for that game. I gotta be honest, I don't really care. You know, I'm not in the community. So I don't feel slighted. I'm just like, oh, cool. New game. And I would have bought it just fine. I can understand the business practice might be not the best, though. But anyway, I'm just excited to play it. I haven't played the game since 2018, so I think it'd be cool to get back into it. There was another game I wanted to play recently, too. I can't remember. And I was also sent Songs of Six at the same time. Or Sticks, is it? I can't remember. You might like The Last Caretaker? I haven't heard of it, yeah. Feels good to be back on Manor Lords? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I play the game so much. Like, way too much. So it feels a bit weird. But it's cool to play it in front of you guys. Let me take a drink. It's random, and you have your settings set to accept gifted subs. Again, random. Oh, how it's given to people? Yeah. Yeah. It's normally how many. It's just random to whoever's in the chat at the time. At least that's the way it was on Twitch. It might be different on YouTube. How many? Could someone tell me how many viewers we have? Just maybe that will give an indication. I don't see it, so I need someone to tell me. How are we doing for these guys now? Still 19 out of 20. Oh yeah, we need to switch this now to... They've made their tools. Whoop. Almost deleted my own building. There we go. 23 iron slabs. So every one iron can be turned into one iron slab. So we should have more than enough to make all the weapons we need.
Well, perhaps it was simply a bad day. These things do happen from time to time. You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
400, really? Wow. 380, 396. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Please like the stream if you want to see more. Is the beta gonna launch like officially soon? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when. We're nearing the end. If you join our Discord or are in it, when the beta, this update happened, like there's still some new bug reports, but there's much less than there was before. So it's like, okay, we're getting through them. And yeah, the goal is to like get this out within a week or so, hopefully. But you know, when I say we don't know, it's because like if something crops up that's like severe, it's like, well, we gotta fix it. And there's a couple that are popping up given more and more time. It's like, oh, the ox doesn't arrive sometimes. Like, yeah, it'd be nice to try and nail that one down. Things that really interrupt gameplay. And some things like we thought were fixed, and then it turns out they're not. Like some people are reporting again, like this is an issue, right? This guy seems to be stuck behind that guy. So pathfinding seems to constantly have these issues, and it's a really difficult problem. I just want people to know it's a really difficult problem. I would have sat back and looked at it and said, like, if people are stuck, can't we just like add in some check to say like just teleport or move you out of the way? It's like, it's unfortunately just not that simple. The system, it uses a pathfinding system, and you can't just like alter it with like special rules that way. It uses weights to decide how people move between things. So it's like a really complicated thing, and it needs to be like that for optimization reasons. So yeah, we've seen that certain buildings people are having problem getting stuck in doorways and things again. So those are the ones where it's like you can't really. How long is it going to take to fix? It's like, I don't know. Greg will just work at it and really try until he can get it right. So yeah, so hopefully in a week. Hopefully. Certainly, I don't think it's going to be months anyway before like it goes to the main branch and everyone can play it. And we're working on like the localization is being translated now and everything, so it's getting there. This guy's moving really slow. What's that about? He's like in slow motion compared to everyone. Or he's well, he is kind of. He does look like an old man. That could be the reason. Dude, jeez, that is a huge amount. Oh my days, 112.99, 10,000 for your currency. I don't know what that currency is, but I can see the amount for me. Holy crap! And sorry, I had the notification off for that, or at least the sound. And it's Sanat Huja again. He says, congratulations on the engagement. When is Manor Lords releasing? So fun. Any other collaborations coming soon? By the way, just first of all, thank you so much. That's an insane amount. I kind of feel bad, so thank you. Also, what is going on? Yeah, we need to fix this. This weird slowdown. I might reload the game and see if it changes anything. Gonna have to make a note of that. That's a new one. Just people walking slow with nothing in front of them. So thank you again. So the answer, and thanks for the congratulations on the engagement. Let's just save and load back in. When is Manor Lords releasing? We don't know. We don't know. There isn't like a set date that we're trying to hit or anything. We have a few key things we want to do feature-wise, but how long that takes, I don't know. Maybe Greg knows, but I don't know. This update, though, should be in a couple of weeks at most, but it will still be an early access game. Any other collaborations coming soon? So I'm playing this because, like, I work on this game. I don't work for anyone else. So, you know, to take the word collaboration, like I literally work for Greg, and I have for a year and a half. Unless I make my own game, no. And I don't plan on working for anyone else. There was just like if I got let go from Greg, I wouldn't like apply to anywhere else. This was just something I wanted to do. Or when he reached out to me, I was like, hell yeah, I'd love to do this. But if it all ended tomorrow for some reason, I would just go back to being like more full-time on YouTube, but probably on the side try to start spooling up my own project a bit more seriously. So thanks, Roy, by the way. Appreciate that. Indian rupees. Nice. Yeah, I didn't recognize that symbol. 10,000. Man, it's an incredible amount. So thank you. I mean, it's a huge amount. Let's see if that fixed the slowdown. Yeah, for the most part, I think so. We're not seeing slow-mo old man anymore, are we? No. Well, that's something. At least you can save reload just to get out of it if you notice it happening. Just gonna turn the music down just a little bit. Alright, so I would expect our first little yield of quinces this year and a tiny amount of apples as well. Be interesting to see how much we get, actually. If you're interested, you can check how much you get by hovering over this. It actually says goods produced in the last 30 days. That should be 365. Just make a note of all these little things I'm finding. I mean, I play the game all the time, but it's always something new. I think it's because Burgage Plot level 2 has their thing set to 30 days. Or 360, but level 1 has it for 30 days. I think that's the case. Let's see. Oh, it might be the other way around. So let's see. This is a level 1. They're 365. Oh, so a level 2 switches it into a yield of 30 days. Okay, right. Anyway, what darn makes Kickstarter? Yeah, I don't think I would kickstart it unless I had a good working prototype, like something really tangible to go on. I'm really torn. I'd love to make a grand strategy game, but at the same time, like, I just don't think I'm capable of something that big. In some ways, I'm like imagine a Paradox grand strategy game. I'm like, well, there's not much animations, you know. Like, I look at something like Greg has done. It's like the pathfinding, the animations, the gridless city building. It's like there's no way. There's just no way. I would have to be completely full-time and take as many years as he did, and then I'd maybe be able to do it. But I wouldn't be confident. But something like a grand strategy game, it's like, you know, you just have a fairly static map of Europe, right? It's not like you have to have loads of different types of maps with really unpredictable terrain. It's like, not the terrain's predictable. We can, like, carve out particular pathways if we wanted to. And yeah, there would be no, like, detailed animations, no ox having to pull things, and you know, in this beta the ox's legs are broken for certain people because of like how it loads its animations and stuff, and how it builds the skeleton. It's like I would avoid all of that. It would be a more systems driven game, and that's stuff I can do. I can do system stuff much more easily, so I would love to be able to do that. But I've been thinking, like, yeah, I really would need to have like a prototype up and running before I would be confident to say, okay, I'm going to slow YouTube a bit more and go all in on this. But that's all I really want to do left in life, is make my own game. I've always wanted to. I went to college for it, and I just sort of fell into this job. And I love this job. I'm very blessed to have this one, because I get to play games and talk about them and stuff. And now I get to do both. So yeah, decisions need to be made though. I'm 33. You know, if it takes a couple of years to make a game, I'll be 35 by the time it comes out if I started tomorrow. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like it's harder and harder the older you get, especially if you want to start a family, all that kind of stuff. So we'll think about it. Anyway, do we have unlimited wall area now? I actually don't know. I don't recall there being a limit before. Maybe I'm ignorant to that. I thought you could build as much wall as you want if you keep adding on to it. Certainly, I've seen people build massive castles. Yeah, you need decent AI. That would be the hardest thing, but that would be the hardest thing by far, the AI. I'm actually pretty confident I could do that, or at least hire for that and work with someone. Like, the AI guy we have for this game, he's amazing, and it's like if you just find someone like that, you'll be good. The other thing is, I have someone in my family that will basically back the project if I wanted to do it, and they'd be like, look, if it didn't make any money, that's fine. So I could literally do it. It's just I wouldn't want to take someone's money or do that kind of thing until I was sure I could at least make something. So part of me is like, look, if I can get a map up and running, click a few buildings, build a few things, get some stuff moving around, then I could take the bet on myself to actually get like a publisher or get money and fund it, that kind of thing. It's all fun and games, or it's not all fun and games. It's all well to say, like, I'm just going to do it now and like go all in, but it's like, no, I think you should probably hedge your bets and like try make something on the side, even if it takes longer that way, just to see what kind of hurdles you face and then do it. Anyway, we'll see though. Part of me thinks like, and you know, Greg would probably help me out a little bit, not on the game, but like advice wise and stuff. Probably say, don't do it. Do not do it. First of all, you're not ready, but also my life is hell. The money's not worth it. Anyway, let's get focused back up. We're getting attacked in 228 days. Have we made the weapons that we need yet? We're up to 31 out of 36 troops now. That's good. Any bandits? Banditos? Yes, there is. Ooh, and they're getting attacked down here. Damn, how did I miss them spawning in? We'll have to let the Baron take these ones. Sometimes he leaves the camp. I wonder, is that being fixed? It doesn't look like he's going to leave it this time. Oh, maybe. So they've been destroyed. And yeah, he just left it. And he's claiming another region. Oh no, are you claiming the one I wanted? No, you're claiming this one. Okay, that's fine by me. I don't have the influence to claim. We need to kill bandits to do it. He's obviously busy doing that. Probably get a forester as well, actually, so we can rebuild or replant some trees. Right, we can just run our troops out there to go get the money. I don't really need the money, to be honest, but we might as well go get it. Yes, there we go. Starting to get the old carrots. For those wondering what I do in the game, just to reiterate, so I made the design for the perks. I didn't come up with the overall design for this perk system, but I designed all of the perks except one, actually. For the most part, all their effects and, quote, balance them together. I balanced all the yields of vegetables, the prices of everything in the trader, all that kind of stuff is me. The cost of all buildings and how you upgrade. So all of that's in my wheelhouse anyway. So if you feel balance is off, blame me, I guess. Good evening from South Africa. Hello, Dominic. Last patch, I know we can only build a wall around our manor. Oh yeah, no, it's still part of the manor. You can't build them separately to that. Maybe in future, but not right now. Oh, and the food requirement system, that's mine too. We need to get garments. Level 2 church. Level 2 church is tricky. We need cut stone. Or dress stone. Can't even remember how to get that. They cut rough stone into dressed stone. We need a quarry to do that, or to just purchase in rough stone. I'd really like to get this region. Yeah. Alright, we're up to 595 money here now. We'll just send our units back. How's food? If we could make way more food, I suppose we could get more influence that way, through the tithe. We should probably build our manor then, I guess. Let's get 2 families on that. Let's get another family on that. Another family on this. One less on the mines. We've loads of iron slab actually, yeah, so we can slow that down. One less on this. And the saw pit is okay for now. Alright, build a few more houses. And then we'll build our manor. How are we doing for food with all that, the carrots coming in? They're being picked right now. 16 so far, 17, cool. So you should expect about 30 or 40 from both of these. The cabbages are being picked. The Irish for that is kiboshta. Needs refueling. Yeah. I think we're lacking on logistics kind of quite a bit. Alright, looking good. Quite happy with progress so far. Kind of want a bigger veggie patch though soon. Oh yeah, I never bought the animals, sorry. Goats. 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 Alright, so that's goats in all of those houses. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, goats, I want to say... probably get enough milk for one and a little bit of a house per month. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that's not counting the fact that you get meat as well. That's 6. So yeah, probably like 8 houses are taken care of every month now, I think, for animal produce. And then we'll be making the fruits as well, so that should be good, yeah. And then we'll be passively building up hides in the background, which we'll use for the clothes. Although, no, hides are for shoes only. Yeah, we need flax, don't we? Or sheep. Livestock would be good for this region, especially with the money we have, actually. Yeah, so let's get a pasture going. So we need the livestock trader first. Here. Yeah, let's do it somewhere down here. Why not? Just to be different. They die on elevation. That's not elevation, though. Okay. Just for the fun of it, even though it's far away. I just think it'd be kind of cool to build it up here like a little pasture. We also need to go get that. Okay. one of our pastures, and then here we can have the sheep farm. So workers shear wool from grazing sheep. Maybe worth having your own warehouse up here. It's quite far, the other one. Alright, it's a few different things to build over there. You guys are done. Back to work. Hey, they brought the dog with them. What's that about? Or maybe they're back to hunting. That might be why. Yeah, okay. That's cool though. I don't know if it's intentional. Thought the dog was supposed to kind of stay at the hunting camp. These were going to be mostly workshops, but we could put some animals into the ones on the end. Ooh, actually, pollination could be good. For the orchards. Yeah. Couple apiaries here at the end, why not? So that'll increase apiation to 6%, I guess. So it's a little bit extra, it's not much, but it might be a couple extra bits of fruit. And we get to sell the honey and the wax that we get. So yeah, so basically it says it provides a passive yield of honey, and every third yield provides wax. What's wilding again? Apiary production time decreases by an amount equal to the meadow. Oh, so it's every... Oh, nice. 30% reduction in time to yield for that. Let's get people on the forester hut while it's not too late to plant some stuff in the year, but once it becomes winter, we'll have to switch them out. Every little helps, it does. Yeah, 6%. The bigger the fields, the more orchards. It makes a difference, I think. It is September now, actually, speaking of, so we should start seeing these guys yield something. There we go, 13 quinces. And 9 apples. The quinces should be more than the apples this harvest, but next harvest, these should be more than those. And then these will have an even further increase in their third year, whereas these will cap out. At least that's the idea. I like this. This is cool. The church inside the orchard. I've never done that before. It's not perfect, but it almost works. Now, the livestock trader. Did I actually build them? We still have to wait for them. When's the attack? Not for a while. Do we have a full unit? So now we can start looking at making a unit of... What should we do? Archers, crossbows maybe? So we need crossbows. I can't remember how to make those. Do they need their own building for it? Yeah, you need iron parts, I think. Let me just cap that to 10 just for now. Ah yes, Bowyer's workshop. Archers don't require any shields though, so you can... Yeah, you're done. You're fine. Well, the plank economy is pretty good. We could make the joiner do small shields and then make a unit of swordsmen or something. So we'll say make 36. We never made herbs either. I guess we could do that. And we're not building right now because I have no one free. There we go. Alright, yeah, 500 income. It's great. We'll use all that to just buy loads of sheep. Then we'll have a butcher. We can get mutton from the sheep when there's a bit too much. I can't remember how... I've never been too clued in on how fast sheep reproduce though in this game. Let's set in code. I work in AI, and asked one of my models what the future of city builders was. It said the Manor Lords is the only hope to redeem the genre. Good work, keep it up. Nice. I caught you live. Hey, CM. Yeah, I did AI when I was in college. I remember working on a neural net, and it was like a little car going around a racetrack, little 2D thing, and I had to like learn how to get around. It taught its machine learning to teach itself, and this was 10 years ago, in 2013. 2012 actually. And it was super interesting. I remember at the time learning how to do that. And it's interesting now how that, like, I didn't know it at the time. I don't think any of us really did. But those models were like would be the basis for large language models then. And the self-driving and all that stuff. But it was really difficult. AI programming is like super difficult, at least in that form. I feel like, I don't know why, but for a grand strategy game, I remember me and one other programmer who actually works at Creative Assembly now. We were thinking like, what's the big deal? Like with making AI for its strategy game, like, or grand strategy game. It doesn't seem like it would actually be that difficult. There's not that many variables to consider, but maybe I'm not thinking it through too much. Like you sort of shift between your primary focus at the time, and then like certain events can trigger that to be changed, and then you're working towards whatever your primary focus is at that time. That's the way players play. I think a lot of AI, it becomes very abstract. This AI is not abstract. It's actually building exactly like the player, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing such success with it so far. But when you go to someone like Creative Assembly, they do a very abstract AI because they need to move it between games, and they need it to be able to adapt to different systems. If one designer says, this game has magic in it now, or the troops don't need upkeep because the designer decided this DLC wouldn't need it. Like, the AI needs to be able to just adapt. These guys are flying sideways. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, so I think if you make a more bespoke AI for a particular game, like indie... anyway, I don't know. But I think that you'd have greater success with that. But I could be wrong. A lot of people do it other ways. It's probably a reason for it. AI in this context means a vastly different thing too. Yeah, no, obviously I'm talking about game AI. AI out in like ChatGPT and all that stuff, that to me isn't even really AI. Those are like models. They're super clever and everything, and awesome, or awesome in every sense of the word. But it's not really intelligent, at least from how I understand how they're built. It's not really making choices, and it's not really self-aware of much beyond data crunching. Whereas game AI, it's like it learns rules and then it comes up with its own solutions. Which is interesting. But anyway, it's a whole different thing. Money is so good right now. Have we built these? Yes, that was easy enough. Alright, so you are going to not allow anything except for like sheep-based things. So let's say wool. What else would you need? Yarn? Maybe hides as well, why not? Pelts is kind of nearby, but no reason to put that in here. Linen? Flax? Sure, just leave it like that. Livestock, or trade. So, import sheep. 30 ahead, okay. So that's 300, that's 600. Let's do it. Luckily, they don't have to go too far. I think the trade thing is just over there. So they should be pretty quick to go back and forth, I hope. See if it works that way. This person is importing livestock. His name is Klaus. Oh yeah, there's new names. Klaus. Klaus. Where are they going? Oh, they're building that. Okay, I was like, what are they doing? There he goes. He has his little shepherd's staff. What are you guys missing, by the way? Oh yeah, clothes. Oh yeah, the improved church. And we need the clay and the mortar. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about all that. Let's import that dress stone. Dress stone's pretty expensive and you need a major trade route. If we can get the rough stone, that'd be ideal, and we'll dress it ourselves. We just need 20. What's your favorite change or new feature in the beta? So just to be clear, I do work on the game. I'm sure most people probably know that, but just in case anyone didn't. So yeah, what's my favorite feature? I think, yeah, I was asked this earlier. I like just the fact that foods have now been separated out into much more, like many more categories, and then the requirements to match that. So I find this to be a much more interesting system. I did design it, but I just think it's more interesting, adds more depth to the game to like pick and choose like strong, medium, weak variants of different things, and then to be able to combine them to meet the demands of these different subcategories. Excuse me. So I like that a lot. So I'm quite happy with that. And it took a lot of arm twisting for Greg to ultimately bend the knee and like let me do it. And then when we did it, the alpha testers were like, yeah, this is good. And then we were like, great. So then we made like a UI or he made a UI for it, and we went with it. That was, I'd say, the moment where he trusted me a little bit with certain things. Anyway. Yeah, I know none of the AIs are, whether it be a game or a large language model, is like sentient or like conscious or really thinking for itself. It is following sets of instructions ultimately, so I do get that. We started getting some sheep in. Yes, we've got 3 already. That was pretty good. Thanks. Here, I have a pat in the back for the good feature. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, so we have sheep. So now we just need a little bit of sheep shearing. And we're making wool passively, and we'll turn that into clothing. To do that, we need a tailor. I was thinking, like, where do we do that? We do need the weaver's workshop here as well, actually. Let's try to make it kind of an interesting area. Alright, weaver's workshop, and it'll store its stuff here if need to be. And we turn off the market for that. Don't need that on the market, that's just a logistics place. How many days we have left? 82 days. So at the beginning of spring, I think we'll get this attack. We should be fine. We haven't actually made any of that stuff yet, though. Did I build the bowyer? Don't tell me you're making bows. Oh no, we probably made a bunch. We've made 4. Okay, that's not too bad. I do feel like this building should start paused or something, or an unselected. You have to make the choice, something like that. So planks and iron parts make crossbows. Great. Let's do it. And we'll make just one in excess. For the amount of population we have, we might not even have enough to work this. This has gone down quite a bit, actually, because of that. Yeah, up to only to 28. So if I disband that unit, it's 36. Yeah. So that means we need more people. More people are joining, though, so we've got 1 living space. We can get some more houses. Let's do another batch along here. Let's go to there, maybe out of wood. Wait, no we're not. Something wrong with the shape, I think, the way I'm touching the edges. So that's okay. Is it to do with this corner? Dunno. Okay. That's 5 more houses. Archers gotten any better? That's funny. In my personal Discord, people were like, oh, archers are so OP. Like archers, not even crossbowmen. And I was like, really? Most people say they're not. Yeah, one aspect of the balance I've never touched is anything to do with military. We're kind of waiting on that for the future. But, so no, I don't think archers have changed from what they were. Do you like the actual coding, or are you more design? I'm not sure how it all works. I love coding. I'm just not very good at it. Yeah, so I'm like on a small team, we're a small team of like 10 people. Generally how it works is you need to be able to do multiple things. Like Greg is a jack of all trades, right? He can do everything. He does his art, he does modeling, does programming, design, everything. When I came on, what I started doing was just writing, because that's one thing I was talking to him about, just as a friend behind the scenes. And then he was like, do you want to work on the game? And you could just implement this text. Like, I was talking about tooltips and stuff. And I was like, yeah. And then when we got talking, I told him, like, I know how to make games, and I can look into certain things. I can't remember what it was. And he was like, oh, really? So then I just started doing more and more. And just over time, he just gave me more leeway and asked me my opinion on things. And then he's like, oh, eventually just made me a designer. So it wasn't like it's not like a big official company. You know, it's just like, oh, enough of your stuff is going into the game. I guess you're a designer now. Yeah. Anyway, and he used to watch my reviews and stuff, so I think he understands that we're on the same page with a lot of stuff. Anyways, to answer your question, I was doing a bit more programming a year ago for him. Small things, mostly programming to do with UI and stuff like that. Like I remember I programmed this. It wasn't that much, but it was like reading how many houses you have of different types, displaying that kind of thing. Nothing too crazy, pretty simple all around. But I didn't want to affect too much of the game code really because I'm quite a novice. So I was just doing little bits here and there. But then he's hired on like a team of like programmers who are specialized in Unreal. So they kind of they're like experts. So it's like, I'm not really needed to do that programming anymore. It's like now we just make tasks and they kind of do it. And he does it too. So I had like a lot less to do for a while. And then he was giving me more and more design tasks and deciding that the game was going to be changed quite a lot. And we're going to change how perks work. And we're going to change how food works. And me and another designer who was hired actually after me were working on like how we do progression and stuff, like really big things. Oh, I'm low on tools, am I? Yeah. I might be actually nearly out of iron slabs thinking about it. No, we've still got some. Anyways, that other designer only stayed on for a couple months. They moved to do something else. And the rest kind of fell to me. So then I fleshed out all the perks. So when I'm doing design, it's mostly just in a big document completely separate to the game, figuring out how things would work. And then as we were getting closer to release, Greg was like, okay, let's start implementing all this stuff now. And him and the programmers were just banging out the perks. Like, okay, let's make it so that this can be affected this way and blah, blah, blah. And then I would do a little bit with that, just like a little bit. Like every now and then there's a few bugs pop up and I'm like, okay, I think I can handle this. I'll go in and like look at some modifier that's not working right and like fix it. But broadly speaking now, I do very, very little programming. I do a bit more in Unreal. So the game, you can develop code directly in C++, huge text files that you're compiling, and that's code. That's how the game runs, its memory and its logic and all that kind of stuff. But then the game is run in Unreal, and Unreal has a kind of a novice-friendly environment called like blueprint widget editing. And blueprints and logic editing is kind of done like where it's visual. So you have like a node, and you connect pins to it. And what's happening behind the scenes is it's writing code to represent what you're doing. And I found it a real put-off at first because I like to code. I understand how to read code, and I understand it. And doing it this way was kind of unintuitive to me. But I've since learned how to use it and become like quite familiar with it now and understand like how it works. So a lot of my time was actually spent going in and like cleaning up everyone else's like blueprints and stuff. So I spend a lot of time in the blueprints now and work on the logic. And stuff that's handled in there, a lot of it is to do with the text and the UI and the menus. Like that's how it reads a lot of data. It does it through that. A very small instance of something was in just yesterday, right? There's a bug in the build still at the moment, but I fixed it now. But there's a bug for this little tooltip, right? This is a specific tooltip that reads, you know, it reads the database. There's an items database, and it says like, what does it take for pole arms to be crafted? It takes item ID 12 plus item ID 5, and it needs one of each, and it puts out one thing. So you have like an ID number and an amount that it takes in and puts out. So it's like, yeah, item ID 12, 1, and so on. Anyway, there's like in the blueprints then, what it does is it'll construct like this, you kind of build out the styling for this tooltip. And then in the logic, it says like, I need to read these things in the database, like these things together. The bakery had a bug because the bakery in code, separate to the blueprints, doubles the recipe to give you twice the amount of bread than a communal oven. So the communal oven is reading the database and using that. It's like 1 flour is 2 wheat bread. Yeah? But the bakery in code says take whatever recipe you're getting and just double it. That's what the bakery does right now. But when we hovered over the bakery, now can choose between wheat bread or rye. So we gave it a production focus. But when we hover over the focus, it was saying the old recipe. It's like it says 1 wheat to 2 bread. But it's like, no, it should be 1 to 4. It's actually supposed to double. So I went into the blueprints yesterday and realized that like, yeah, it's reading the old thing. So it's like difficult because the blueprints don't really know about the code. So I had to make just a very special, like, small use case of logic that says, look, if your item ID, whatever wheat bread is, do this separate thing and then double your value and then put it back out. Super simple and easy to figure out, but like you'd think that changing a tooltip, it's just like write the tooltip again. It's like it's not done that way. It builds itself from a database. And in the bakery's case, we didn't use the database to set the recipe. We have to make a special use case for it then. So it's funny how like things that might seem so simple, it took a little bit of digging to figure out, why is this displaying this wrong? The recipe's right when I look at it in the database. Like, what's the deal? I was like, oh, actually, somewhere else in the code, we made a special rule that it times 2 everything that it puts out. Oh, okay. Is there a way to make the tooltip aware of that? Not really, actually. So we have to make a special use case. So it's like little things like that are things I can fix because they're small. Big things will be things that Greg fixes, like, which is pathfinding. Like, why can't people get out the door? And it's like, I don't know how to even think about looking at that. Anyway, yeah, so that's like a little example of one thing I did yesterday. And how little things fall through the cracks, you know? Very interesting to hear. Yeah, you know, we don't communicate very well, or at least that's what people say, right? And Hooded Horse are going to start writing blogs about the development, and I've said like, oh, if you need me to write stuff like that, little descriptions about like little problems we solved or reasons. You know, another thing was in the Discord yesterday, people were asking like, why have you nerfed certain things? Like, just why? Not even saying it's bad, but they're like, why? And I was like, yeah, I could write like a little blog and give explanations to the reasoning, you know, because I don't want people to feel like we're just nerfing things to take away people's fun. It's like, well, actually, it's just, if everybody just runs out and kills bandits and then completely destroys their own wealth economy, it's like, well, it's not really fun for anyone just to make the game super easy. It's much more interesting to have to like work for it. But there's other considerations and things to do with like, do you want, you know, like, do you want a passive, which is effectively like building a plot here that can then feed, this used to feed like way more than it does now. It still feeds more than one family easily for the year, but less so than usual, or less so than normal. And that's because we actually want to have, generally speaking, we want to encourage people to have more Burgers plot level 1s and 2s and 3s all coexisting together. But you don't really need that if you can supply few houses with just one mega farm. So those are like reasons that we add like increased costs. And it's like, how do we fairly do that? It's like, you don't want to just arbitrarily increase the cost. So I made a thing where it's like, well, the bigger the plot is, the higher the cost kind of ramps up. So we made it a scalar. And that means that the further and further back you keep building your plot, the more expensive the thing was going to get. But then we saw that people just ultimately will always find the sweet spot. It's like, well, at the 70% cost mark, when it gets to be like just this much, this is the optimal, because anything more than that, the price is starting to outweigh the food. So the alpha testers find that stuff really quick. They crunch those numbers like nobody's business. So then we made it linear. And it's like, okay, it's just going to actually, in blocks, get more expensive, quite predictably. Because otherwise, there is just this one meta size for everything that people will find. So there's all these interesting, I think they're interesting anyway, because I didn't consider them until you start looking into it. Considerations to make when you're trying to softly encourage like a play style, and you still want people to have the freedom to be able to do what they want. It's like, well, we wanted to give everyone the ability to get all the vegetables at the beginning. You can get the most expensive thing, which is pears, if you can get the money. It's just, it's really expensive. We didn't lock it out, you know, we just made it harder to get, but you can do it. All that kind of stuff. Anyway, my veggie and meat won't distribute in the market. You probably need more stalls, would be my guess, Mr. Nobody. That would be my guess. It's hard to know without seeing it. This is the sane way to do this, right? Like, does it remove a lot of the, what would be duplicated logic? I'm not sure what you mean, Gormador, sorry. Is it to do with the tooltip thing again? I'll never understand how you haven't blown up on streaming or YouTube. You're just so in-depth, chilled, and informative. Oh, thank you, the only walker. I don't know. It's all good. I do pretty well for myself, I gotta say. Everything's totally fine. I'm not a very good YouTuber. I know I joke about that, but it's true. I don't upload consistently. That's a big thing. You gotta be consistent on YouTube. And I switch games a lot. Most people don't. Or those who do have like super strong personalities. They know they have a format for their videos. Like Spiffing Brit, right? It's like he'll play loads of different games, but he does the same thing in every game. He breaks it, breaks the economy. And that's like his shtick that he does. He can repeat that formula. He's really good at it. I don't really have that. I just do playthroughs of games. And I don't do it consistently. So that's why. I'd love to be more consistent. I'm just, someday, I don't know what's wrong with me, and I don't mean to make this all like negative, but some days I wake up and I'm just really tired, and I really try. Like I'll sit down and record Anno. I did earlier today, and I just felt like I couldn't do it. I feel fine mentally, but I'm tripping over my own words and I can't speak right or something. And I'm just like, oh, this sucks. Like trust me, it does. It's like a different person playing the game. And then other days I wake up and I'm like, boom, full of energy. Let's go. Like, I don't know, is it a dietary thing? I've tried every supplement under the sun. I probably just need to exercise more or do something else, but I don't know. But I'll feel totally fine to stream. It's like, yeah, that's fine. It's more chill. I don't know why there's a difference there. Anyway, it's hard to see, but there's 26 days till we get attacked. Anyway, those would be some reasons I think I don't do as well as maybe people would think. Like, I've got 170,000 subscribers, but I imagine 140,000 just aren't even there anymore, you know? I put up a video and it gets like 6,000 views. Maybe, well, it depends. If it's a newer game, it's like 10 to 20,000. And that's awesome. It does well. I don't complain about it. And there's loads of people here. This is awesome. So don't get me wrong. Everything's fine. But I am jealous of City Planner Plays and these other YouTubers that just build audiences and keep them. I just don't. I always lose people every time I do other things. Like, I'm putting up Anno content. People are like, where's Satisfactory? Where's Satisfactory? It's like, it's on hiatus because the views are dropping off. And I'll bring it back in December, I hope. That's the plan anyway. But I need to play other things to keep me going. Thankfully I did, because Anno's done amazingly well. So, but now Anno's fallen off already, so there's quite a quick drop off for that one. But it just is what it is. Anyway, do you have any ambitions with YouTube, like a goal? No, not really. I'm kind of over YouTube. My ambition left in life is to make a game at some point. Yeah, I left my job in 2017. I worked at Creative Assembly, and then I formed a YouTube channel where I was reviewing games, and it did pretty well. I got to 120,000 subs, and then I made a playthrough channel on the side, and that channel just started doing way better, and that's what this one is. And the reviews, like some reviews would do 100k views, and then others would do 5. And I just felt like I didn't have any predictability in life. I had 3 or 4 years of doing that. And I just couldn't take it anymore. Just like upload a video and just not knowing what's going to happen. There's no security like at all. I mean, there's no security really in YouTube anyway, but there's even less so in that situation. I felt like I was purely algorithmically dependent. But when it comes to the playthrough channel, I did have more of an audience that followed from video to video. Even if it's not super constant, people do tend to watch other series, or I find new people every series I do, that kind of thing. So yeah. And I've been doing that for 3 or 4 years, and this has been great. I mean, everything's been great since then. Oh, it's all great. Well, I don't really have any ambitions on YouTube anymore. Continuing like this for a while would be great, but ultimately I would like to make a game. That's what I'd love to do. I love doing this. This is great. Doing YouTube is great. It's a tough thing to ever try to think about even walking away from that, but I think I probably would slow down a bit and on the side try to make a game, and then if that started to do well, go full time onto that. That's what my ambitions would be in a few years, but it's not happening anytime soon. I don't plan on doing that anytime soon. But I work on Manor Lords now part-time, so unfortunately that has kind of nerfed any ambition quote I had for YouTube, because it's like, well, I do that now on the side. That is the side. This is the full-time technically. But I can't dedicate full 7 days a week to it. Like, if you want to be a YouTuber, you got to be like 7 days a week. Not a video every day, but you got to be working on it every day. And I can't do that anymore. And as I've gotten older, I kind of spend more time in my relationship and stuff as well. So, what sort of game would you make? A grand strategy game. I have a full design, or not a full design, but I have a big design for one at the moment that I'd love to do. I have a design for a game that I think would be awesome, that I don't want to tell anyone about. It's not an insanely unique idea, but it's pretty unique. But it would have to be like game number 2. I couldn't do it on my own. It's not super ambitious either. It would just need a few people, like a handful. The grand strategy game I think would only need like 2 or 3. I could do most of it, and then I just need help in the art department and AI toward the end. And I have some friends who could maybe help, or people that would be interested. I'm surprised we haven't made any of these yet. We made 10 iron parts. The bowyer is here. Do we have planks? Oh, we don't have planks. Damn. Oh well. Sorry. Anyway. You're losing me right now with all this sad talk? Sorry. Yeah, let's get back to the game anyway. Hi from Norway. Hey, Quintinium. Cool name, by the way. Ever thought of adding someone to the stream? Adding someone to the stream or videos just to bring the humor. See, that's the problem. I don't have the humor. I don't have the personality. I'm like a wet blanket. I just play the games. No, I'm joking, really. I'm like chill and relaxing. That's what people... That's the nice way of saying it. Would your game be Total War-ish type? It'd be like Imperator Rome, mixed with Anno, mixed with Stellaris and Total War. Yeah, the very quick description of it is... Very quick, if people don't mind. I feel like I mention this every stream, so I'll just do this very, very quickly. Grand strategy map, right? So you've a map of Europe. No borders, dynamic borders. There is borders, dynamic borders. So borders can shift as you move troops into other lands. It's all played on the map. You're not fighting battles like a Total War game. I wouldn't be able to do that as an indie developer. So it would be a map-based game. I like to think it would look pretty good because you could do it on Unreal. It could look quite good as a map, but it would all take place there. One of the main things is, yeah, like you've got like a town like Rome. It's fully real time. You're not region hopping from one region to another like a Paradox game. That's one thing that's always frustrated me. It's like you're either in this place, you're in this place. There's no in between, and and that's cool. It's like a board game, right? That's cool. But I want like a more immersive, like a Mountain Blade, right? You're moving. You're just actually moving in real time. Armies move in real time. So that's one thing. You have towns, again, like Mountain Blade, like you'll have Rome, and then like maybe 3 sub-towns that supply it with goods. Those 3 sub-towns are like the Anno component. They're sort of like making things. Like they have fertility. So like one is a wood town, one's a farming town, one's a whatever town. And they bring that stuff into Rome, and then with a workforce, which is broken down by your population, workforce, you build a building. Like, let's say you've got wood and iron, right? So wood and iron is coming in from the villages. In Rome, then, you build your blacksmith or whatever, and it's like, this takes 400 workers, whatever it might be, doesn't matter, as the overall logistics for a like a weapons economy building. Anyway, that 400 workforce then takes in the iron, takes in the wood, and makes like weapons. Then you can raise troops with and go do your thing, go conquer, attack places. There would be politics. Politics would be a big focus. Trade between foreign lands. It's all real time. It's supposed to be immersive. So the idea would be like you send a delegation to Egypt and you load up the delegation with your offers. So you go, okay, we have a diplomat. I'm going to send it to Egypt. I want food, right? Let's say we want grain. I want 10,000 grain every year and I'm willing to pay. And then you give a minimum, a medium, and a maximum. Maybe just a minimum and a maximum. It doesn't really matter. But you give a minimum and a maximum, let's say, of like, I'm willing to do this for 10 grand. But I'd like to do it for 5. Right? And you send off your diplomat. And then based on their skill or whatever, they get a deal in between. Or they come back and say, couldn't get one. But it takes time. It takes months to get there and back. When they get there, you find out about the deal. And then they have to come back before you can send them again. So you have to sort of like load up your diplomat. And by the way, you can affect relations to how you do these things. So you sort of have to load up your diplomats with the honest deals in a way, rather than a system where it's like, oh, it's like +5 as a maybe to why you didn't get it, or plus a -5 because of this. I don't want to see any of that. I don't anyway. I want it to be more immersive. I want the person to come back and say like they found the deal insulting because you simply asked for too little. And then it's like, okay, well, we could try again, maybe. And then the language could be stronger or less strong, depending on how bad it was. That kind of thing. But yeah, dynamic borders, so you can go into like a sort of conquest mode, move your borders as you go into foreign lands, surround enemy towns, cut them off from the things they're getting, starve out populations and take things. That's like part of it. And then the Total War slash Stellaris aspect is how you build. Inside of Rome, you're building buildings such as like a little economy. It's like, I want to build a blacksmith, but then I also need a forum to keep the happiness up, and I need a blah blah and a blah blah, and they take workforce, and the workforce is broken down by like nobles, patrician, or nobles, plebeians. It's sort of like Anno 117 actually now, but this is all designed before that, I promise. And then like slaves operate as like a modifier almost to productivity, at the expense of like a public order and that kind of thing. Anyway, so that's kind of like what it would be. That's what I want to do, a game like that. So, and by the way, if you get your trade deal, then like trade is physically moving into Italy, you're getting your grain in, and then you add it into your bakery or whatever the case might be, and you know, you need storage for it, and you need to protect your shipping lanes, that sort of thing. Like that's what I think would be cool. A sort of a, almost like an economic simulator of like Roman times. Maybe. Something like that. Anyway, so that's what I would do. Ionut Vasil 92. Thank you. Pleasure to watch your stream. Appreciate that. Sorry for the tangent as well. That sounds like a good game. I like all them games. All together would be amazing. Yeah, it's like aspects of each one. I have this whole like politics thing fleshed out in design. I'm quite excited for the politics actually of it. You'd only play as Rome though, I think. I mean, I'd love to be able to say like, yeah, you should play as all these others. But they would all need their own ways to play. And I just think if I was to try and keep the scope down just a little bit, it's like maybe just early access, just Rome. Maybe then you add Greece or something. Early Republic. Yeah, so the raiders are on their way. Okay. We should be able to defend even with the one unit we have. I was too slow to make the... we have the planks, and I have these guys making bows. Or they should be... Oh, they're still paused. Oh my god, I'm such a noob. Sorry, and I was distracted chatting. Nobody asked me to, but I did. Alright, let's get our boys out. Let's just try to defend on the hill with 31. Let's just disband that. Let's get these... Or 36. Get up on that hill. Go, 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 go. Oh, and one last thing about the game is that I'd want it so that you could take on attributes of any other nation. If you were playing Greece and you encountered Romans in the field, or just Romans generally, and you had like trade deals and stuff, I'd want you to be able to develop, not easily, but over time, a legionary system or something if you wanted to. Or if Romans want to have pikes again or whatever, they should be able to do that. Like, why not? Why not? Some places did do that, like the Seleucids. That should be easy enough. As long as these guys don't... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, as long as they don't run into the town and kick everybody's butts. Have Greg shared his final vision of Manor Lords with you or the team? No comment really on that, to be honest. I mean, I guess I could answer. I mean, yeah, kind of. But he doesn't actually have like an extremely strong vision. He does, but he wants to make the game people want. That's a really big thing for him. He really wants to see what people want next. So I don't think it's really mostly about him and what he wants. It's more about like what he finds people are responding to best, or what they're asking for the most. And then he'll pivot into that and see how he can make it work. That's been my understanding. He's never come in and been like top down approach, being like, this is how it's gonna be. We need to do this, this, and this. It's more like he's like, hey, a lot of people like are asking for like stone walls and castles. Like let's do that next. So it's like, okay. Rex is here. What time is it, by the way? I know we got time. I'm downloading now. I went to look for a video while I was downloading. I started watching your first video and then it told me you were live, so here I am. Hey, Kayla. Oh, hello. I didn't even know that was there. Did we see him? He was there? Yeah, nice. That's my boy. Can you leave that open, actually? I was getting a bit of a headache. Stuffy. Thanks, John. Yeah, happy Christmas to you as well. I guess it is that time now. Alright, attack repelled, easy peasy. Let's do the crossbows again. Let them build up in the background as they make their stuff. How's the AI doing now? They might have somewhat maxed out, I wonder. Or will they just continue to grow and build? Nice to see they haven't been destroyed. That does sometimes happen. They look like they destroyed the forest, but there is still the wild animals here. I guess there is still a patch. Well, it's still working away. Yeah. Cool. Right, so what we need... Oh, we have influence. Nice. Let's claim this. Yes. They also have bandits out there. We could go for them. Although we've actually got a lot of money. I've been importing sheep. How are we doing? We said we get 20. That would have been 600 by the time we get that done. Oh, there's more on the way. So cute. Alright. And yeah, how much wood? Yeah, nice. We're making wool. Have we been working this thing yet? No? The weaver. So now we'll change that wool into yarn. And then we can make clothes at the tailor. So we need a tailor. And that will give us our clothing, our garments. Still haven't got much of the... I'm surprised fruits wasn't fulfilled with all the quinces and pears we had, but I guess it wasn't that much, no? If we look at the records, we can see how much we got. So past 12 months, quinces and apples. Oh, not much at all. I'm sure we got more than that. 14 and 9. I thought for sure we got more. Wow, 420 mushrooms in 1 year. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And yeah, to the question of ever thought of adding someone to the stream of the videos, I don't know anybody. So I don't know who I would add. Is there a creative mode play in 117 like in 1800 for the lovers of building and beautifying? You play beast mode, it's not for all of us. I'd feel like I'm really slow compared to other YouTubers. But no, I don't think so. There's a bunch of things that were in 1800 they haven't added. I think those things will arrive eventually, but at the moment, no. The creative mode was like one of the last things to be added to 1800, so I just think, yeah, they were probably well into the development of 117 while before that. I never took those guys off, actually. Are we making crossbows? Yes, we are. We have crossbows being equipped. Excellent. Region claimed. Alright, so in order to actually get another region and settle it, we need treasury. We need 250. So let's start getting some taxes going. We need a manor for that, so let's get all this stuff going. I think we could build it up against the cliffs to be kind of cool. Yeah, sure. We'll just commit to that for now, but I'll try to make it a bit more interesting as time goes on. So we should have also bought in stone by now. Yeah, 20 rough stone. Excellent. So we want to turn that into cut stone. Let me get the rest of that stuff out of the mine. Brain freezing. Let's see. Rough stone into dress stone. That's it. Town's going well. 2 living space, more on the way. Excellent. We're growing at 1 per month. I've never played Manor Lords, so my bad for the noob question. What is the time scale like? Meaning, over how many years would a game be? About 10. Around 10 years. So the time is down here. So on triple speed, days still move quite slowly. So that's April 8th. 9th. 10th. So it's pretty slow. Yeah, and it depends. I mean, you could do it way quicker. You could win in like 4 years or even less if you're good enough. The goal is, it depends also what you're playing. You can play like just city build mode where there's no enemies. This one we have enemies here. They're not on the map though in this mode. This guy is. He's on the map. But this guy isn't. He sends in armies and just claims things, and then you have to like kind of contest against him, and he has like a big army. That's just kind of scripted and spawned in effectively. So in order to push him out, you need 1,000 influence for every region you want to claim. Influence is gained at a pretty slow rate. Yeah. So you need a good army. So you need to build up an economy, have a good army, a decent sized army, about 7 units or whatever. That's, I think, the max you can have. And then, yeah, basically have pitched battles for each region. You can also hire mercenaries as well to help on top. But yeah, I wanted to get a second region. This would be a great farming region. So we'll do farming out here, and that can be brought in then and sustain everything in this region. And this will be our production region that can kind of keep us going for the population and sustain the troops. So that's the plan. So just scale up and just build a bunch of houses out this way. Why not? I might move that again, actually, this well. And the other well, can't quite remember where I left it, actually. I guess it would tell me like this. Oh yeah. Just make that a stone well. Interesting, thanks, no worries. Go easy on the mushrooms for a while. I think they're still selling those all the time. Probably ease up on that now that we've got more. Meat is really good as well. I guess we could export that for 3, yeah. Maintain these at 100, so that way they just sell whatever they can. Construction finished of a well. Excellent. Make that a stone well. Cool. Now we'll just build a bunch of houses here. Even go crazy and make them all little vegetable patches, just little ones. Never really tried that before. Could be fun. See what happens. Because we don't have much vegetables. That mine will be empty soon, and we never got this one going. Yeah, let's get this one going. We want to get to tier 3, so we need mortar, stone, and clay. The cut stone actually should be ready to go now once we build this up. Great. Right, so they're going to make dress stone in the stonemason's station. When they make dress stone, we'll get 20. We can upgrade the church. And then we can upgrade to tier 3, I think. Once we just make the clothes and stuff. Is that tailor done yet? Yeah. So you are making from yarn clothes. There we go. So the amount of yarn we have right now is 18, and we get that from wool. We're also just building up hides in the background for when we inevitably want to make shoes. How's the meat with Chevron? Yeah, not great for the goats. It's probably just consumed immediately. Yeah. Who doesn't have stuff? You guys don't have any backyard stuff. Let's get some more goats and pigs. Are there plans for a story mode? No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. Is there a specific feature that would like to be added, that I would like to be added? Specific feature for me. Yeah, I mean, I would do things quite different. I mean, ultimately, but I don't think it'll get added. But there's a couple things. I would like families to play a more important role, I guess. So, you know, you have a house, you have people that live within it. For like, I'm much more into the city building aspect of the game, and Greg is more, I don't think, as into that. So I would like it where you have a family and they get a trade. So let's say that these guys are, what's their job? They're granary workers. So logistics, you know? So these are logisticians. A better version might be like a farmer, right? So let's say we had a farmer or a stonemason. Let's check these guys. So these are stonemasons. This is a stonemason family. So I would love it if when they became stonemasons, their last name changed to like Mason or something. Or Smith or whatever it might be. Or you could just give that to them themselves. But they become like stonemasons and they get better at doing that. Over time. So the problem with this from Greg's perspective, I think, is that he would want, you'd need a whole like big population screen, and then the game would have to dynamically like understand who to assign where based on what they're good at. So it is a big departure, quite a big change that you'd be making to the game, and I just don't think he wants that to be the focus, really, like being buried in screens or at least panels and paying too much attention to specific individuals. I don't want to speak for him, though. I don't really know. But that's what I would like, you know. I just think it'd be cool. It's like every family you kind of get to know. It's like they're the Masons, and they get better at, like, their specific trade. And you add a guild, and they become part of the guild. And they become a prestigious family. Like, I would love the focus to be on the families, like, a lot more. I think the unique selling point for me when I first saw this game, I was like, oh, I've never seen a colony builder base things around a family unit. And I thought it was quite a cool concept. And I like the idea, like, they have kids. And the kids grow up. And they take the parents' trade. But I guess the timescale of this game is such that that wouldn't really be totally feasible. I mean, I would be okay with it being, like, it takes 5 years for your kid to grow up. Like, I'd be fine with, like, little gamification things like that to an extent. But the idea that you could have a school and some kids, or maybe you wouldn't even need a school, but, you know, just a trade and guilds. They learn their trades and stuff. Some of these things we talk about, and they might make their way, but I don't know about the family unit kind of aspect. That's one thing. There was another thing I was thinking of, but I guess it doesn't matter. That would be the one thing I would add if I could. Or make a bigger focus. And the same, like, you go off to battle and they die, and it's like, oh god, like, the Mason died in battle, and he was, like, really good experience. But they're the militia, so... And you have to live with that consequence. Because at the moment people die, they just kind of come back. And there's other ways to solve that, but that's one way I would look to solve it. So who knows, maybe. Hey, Ignacio. Hello from Chile. Yeah, so it's funny you mention that with, like, the artisans. The artisans are that kind of thing. That's actually exactly what Greg said. He's like, you sort of have this already with the artisans. So we may look to make the artisans the people that kind of level up and do things. So you could still kind of get the best of both worlds, maybe. So this one great thing about him is he's super open to ideas like that. So he might be like, no, I don't agree, but then he'll, you know, kind of find a way to maybe see the vision and make it work in his own way. So there's room for that. Yeah, we've talked about that. There's room for that. Started playing this, then they updated and changed everything and haven't been back yet. Oh, who are they? They're silly, aren't they? Those damn developers. Changing things. This is that system I was talking about, by the way. This is grass, remember? But it's because of the market, as they walk over it, they create pathways. So that's kind of cool. How is the logistics holding up, by the way? Yeah, that's good. Alright, so the manor is built now, by the way. And we have our own retinue now. 5 people. And they live in here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There they are. So, unfortunately, people, you're going to have to be taxed. Oh, that's 100%. That's a bit much. -7 approval. We can go harder than that. 20%. Alright, cool. How are we doing for crossbowmen? We're up to 10. Making armor would be nice. We'll have to start buying in iron soon. That's what our economy is going to be based on. And then we'll bloom it. This amount of sheep, we've got 20. We could do more. How many? What's the pasture size here? 29. I'll just make another one. What's that? 40? Yeah, that's cool. Look at that. Big load of wool. Love it. So we bought 20, but 7 have reproduced. Does that mean there's lamb in there? Oh yeah, there's 7 lambs. Nice. System works. Let's bring this up to 50. Why not? Just want to have a huge wool economy so we never have to worry about clothing. We can have a look at that now. Still haven't made any yet though, have we not? Tailor's shop. Let's see. We made a fair amount. We made 16, but I think it gets consumed. There's like a backlog because we didn't have any for a while, so it gets consumed like immediately by a lot of houses. Yeah, because I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing it on anybody. But it lasts 6 months, so they've got 38 days left before they need more. Wow, yeah, we do need a lot then, I guess. And they do have to go kind of far to get it. Yeah, the tailor has to go all the way down there to get the wool and come back. Okay. We'll just scale it up. I think it'll be fine. Might need multiple tailors, though. Let's see what they're doing. Most of their time, 44%. So 5% of their time is labor, 39% transportation. So only 45% of the time are they really doing stuff. 54% of the time they're waiting for more wool to come in. And this stuff. Linen. Sorry, wool. Yarn. That's it. Wool to yarn. Yeah, because we got a build-up. Okay, so you can have another one on here. In fact, we'll do 3 families there. Just taking a break from building my 144 gigawatt rocket fuel plant in Satisfactory and Senior Life. Nice. How far are you into it? Yeah, because I'm planning on doing a nuclear power plant, but it's not going to be that crazy. At first. 24 iron ore. Oh yeah, we're making clay now as well. I have to make the clay tiles. Keep forgetting about that. The clay mine is... Probably should have done it over here. Oh well. Oh, that's the livestock trading post. I'm looking for this thing. There we go. You can do clay and clay tiles. And we'll turn that off for this one, because it's probably just causing problems. Another army was sighted through our lands. There's an enemy bandit camp there. Let's go take it out ourselves. Get the influence. Almost at our next harvest. Oh, they're going to run up the hill. Yikes. We won't really be able to fire at them with this angle, I don't think. We don't have the line of sight. No, I'll leave the retinue for now. They're just launching themselves up the hill. Wow, good for them. Maybe fall back then, I guess. I don't know if you can shoot crossbows like this angle. And I don't know where they're going. They actually seem like they're just heading towards them. We could just run at them and see if we can hit them in their backs. Actually, we could just shoot them in the back, I guess. Their morale went down a little bit. Oh, they're about to engage these guys anyway. Alright. So there's a bandit camp there and another one there. We could just add this to treasury straight away. Oh wow, we made 116 already from the taxes. Approval took a hit. I don't know why we don't have negative approval from taxes though. That seems like an issue. We should. They clearly were taxed. We made the money. It should be negative 14. I'm gonna look at that next time we get that tax. Send it to my treasury, please. 219. And this one as well. We'll do that with the archers. We'll just come back with these guys. Oh, actually, they might still have troops. I can't remember. Don't think they were ever attacked. And they're claiming this last little territory. They won't have any more territory to claim then. At that point, I think they might just start attacking us, actually. You have a small 6. Oh, you just finished phase 4. Haven't touched a milestone in tier 9 yet. Our big farm's no longer the meta. Feels like they nerfed it. So more small farms equals better. So I actually am a developer on the game. I'm the guy that nerfed it. So yeah, the intention is that you make smaller farms. There's a couple things. You know, they also actually have to re-sow every time. They didn't used to do that. Now they do. So there's also sort of like an upper limit to how big you'd want to go anyway. Cost-wise, though, yeah, it's kind of better to stay small. Or relatively small. Maybe not this small. I would say 2 of these combined as one plot is probably like a pretty good optimal, I would say. Something like that. I see 0.8 on your screen. No, it's not reached 1.0 yet. We are at 0.8.046. That was great. I nerfed it. Yeah, I'm the one that nerfed it. I nerfed it all. I nerfed the bandits' amount of money. I nerfed the cost of all the trade items and the value. I nerfed regional wealth so you don't get it per family anymore. You get it per household. It was all me. And I'd do it again. I assume they're dead. They're not coming out. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's just take that. Yoink. Alright, let's come home. 316 treasury. You know... Oh, there we go. Was that not showing anything earlier, or was I looking at the wrong thing? I might have been looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, it's there now. Taxation, negative 14. I'm hoping I was just being silly and looking at the wrong thing. Nice to meet you. Love your game. Thanks. Thank you. It's refreshing to play a new set of rules every day. I'll see what next week brings. There won't be any more drastic changes probably ever again. I mean, there will be balance changes ongoing all the time based on feedback, but I think that's probably it for the most radical swings of things, like being drastically changed. As we look to develop more perks, that will change the base rates of certain things, because it's like, yeah, maybe we'd want a perk for a bakery. Bakeries are pretty strong right now anyway, but we might nerf them, and then the perk would kind of give you the strong version. Similar like with fishing. It's like, yeah, fishing's pretty good, but we could make it better, especially with a perk, and then maybe the base version would be just like a little bit weaker. Not like a lot weaker, but a little bit maybe. Just to force you into like thinking about what you want to take a bit more. think I said I was going to try actually just make a bunch of tiny veggie plots there and see what that kind of works out like. Let's try that. Did you nerf water distribution? No. No. It's always been, well, I say always. I mean, if you're not in the beta at all. So the first beta came out 2 months ago, around that time. At that point, it was 15 houses get supplied by one well. That's the way it was. And that hasn't changed for this particular beta update. So it's still 15. If you get a stone well, it's 50. So stone wells cover you pretty well. Treasury change registered 76. Oh, that's what we got from them that time, yeah. Did we get it twice? That bug was fixed. But it seems like we did. Maybe. I only sent it to my treasury twice, so you should be 103 and 97. That seems odd. Let's try to look into that. Maybe we only fixed it for regional wealth. I think we fixed it for both. Let's get some more boys. They should all be living there now, are they? Yes. Great. Uh-oh. Please tell me. Please tell me you're going to be able to rally. Let's try that again. I have a weird bug right now. The game is paused and I can't unpause it. What the hell is going on? I've never seen this one before. Yeah, that's fine now. What? Yeah, I don't know. Now I can do it, okay. It's like I couldn't unpause it. It was permanently locked on the speed control. Okay. Weird one. Yeah, I guess doing it with the mouse. I've never seen that one before. Because I can't make it happen again. Like, there's... Now I've paused it with the mouse. But I can just unpause it with the spacebar. Yeah, strange. I'm gonna start making armor and stuff. They just have a little chat before they go back inside. Was it August? Oh yeah, we should expect our yield. Our next yield quite soon. What do we got now? So 10, we need mortar. We have the dressed stone. Excellent. We need that to be finished so we can build our clay tiles. And then we need mortar, so we just need that crusher, the lime kiln. Money's getting a bit low now as well. Whew. Alright. What is this game? Just a 3D version of Anno? Well, Anno is 3D. But no. This is like a colony builder, so it's a much smaller scale. You're looking into the survivability of your people. It's set in medieval times. It's somewhat similar to Anno in the fact that when you supply people with things they need, you can upgrade them. But that's kind of where the similarity ends. Speaking in general, sorry I haven't played the game. I am interested, just find my interest leaning elsewhere. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Oh, sorry, when it comes to... Oh, I didn't read what you said earlier. My bad, I missed it. I don't mind reading criticism, it's totally cool. When it comes to skill trees and perks in games that either don't offer enough points to get everything, or lock certain things out because you pick something else, to me it's very illogical. To me, it's a flawed game mechanic that shouldn't have been or continue to be, but that's how my brain works. In the real world, there aren't any hard locks like that. No, but it's yeah, but it's not a simulator though. That's the thing. It is a video game, and it's meant to encourage a strategy. So it's kind of like saying like, well, in chess, I wasn't limited to move just a castle or a pawn. Like I wasn't limited to move certain troops. I can move all my troops at the same time. But you're playing a game of chess. It just so happens this game looks realistic. But if you made chess look realistic, it would still be chess. This is a video game, so you are making strategic choices. The choice is, I'm going to sacrifice something to get a benefit in something else. So I do understand that. I get it, totally get it. But it's not pure simulator where it's like these are real people learning real things. I mean, there's loads of flaws if we're going to look at it in real terms, not just beyond that. I mean, they eat one thing a month, you know, and you could say like, well, one unit of meat is representing a month's worth of meat. It's like, well, I mean, they didn't do that back then either. They didn't eat like, I mean, to be honest, this is one thing that we had to contend with a lot, which is historically, it's like meat, they weren't really eating meat at all at the lower levels. It should be the other way around. But because farming is a harder thing to get to in terms of gameplay terms, we've made it so that farming and bread is the thing you need like later, and meat is the thing you can kind of get early. We're looking into maybe getting it to flip it, but it's really difficult. So, you know, concessions, I guess. But anyway, I totally get the perspective, though. I really do. We debate these things all the time like that. When it comes to arguing for realism and logic all the time, like if you follow that lead all the time, you inevitably just make a very boring game. Super slow, super boring. So everyone would agree, well, it doesn't have to be everything, right? So everyone has a line somewhere. It's just your line might be a little further towards realism than some other people's. That, you know, you might draw the line that like the skills are being arbitrarily carved up. But you might not draw the line at like, well, I shouldn't have to play a 24-hour cycle game for one day to pass. Right? I think we'd agree there. But you'd be surprised. Some people do argue like it should be slower. People, you know, way slower, and other things should be happening, and yeah, you know, all sorts of like realistic things. But you know, concessions have to be made everywhere. Anyway, the skill tree in the shipping version was much more restrictive. I used to mod that to open everything up. Yeah, the new version is much more better with perks to existing text, not locking items out. So that's what we tried to do this time. It's like, let's make the perks free for everyone. Clearly people don't want to click a button and then sheep can breed, or to be able to build an orchard. It's like, what does this button represent? What is it doing really? I don't know. No one can explain that, so we should probably just make it free for everybody, or open to all, and that's what we did. My argument towards Greg at the time was that people are going to want more than just one, like 5 choices in their game, and we're kind of sticking to the 5 to 6 choice thing. That's kind of happening now. To nudge it though, I put multiple effects into each perk, and he was kind of like squinting at me about that. Like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're basically giving them 4 effects, or 3 effects, or whatever, but they're themed around something. So it's like, okay, fine. So I kind of got him on that one a little bit, and got him to agree to it, I guess. But yeah, originally, I think I talked about it earlier in the stream. It's like I had an idea for like, well, what if you got as many development points as your level? So it's like the first level you get 1 point, the next level you get 2 additional points for 2 new categories, and so on and so on. It just keeps building. So by the end, you hit level 5, you've got 5 points to spend, and that means in total you had like 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. So you would have gotten like 12 or 13 things in total, and he didn't like that. And he's probably right, overall. Treasury change registered. Oh, so that is telling me when I'm taxing. Okay, so it wasn't duplicate. Okay, that's fine then. That is fine. Yeah, it's just the taxes kicking off. That's good. Okay, taxes are working pretty well, actually, then, I gotta say. Let's lower that down a bit. Let the people build up their money again. We're okay for treasury for a while. I think the new system is awesome. I love the little flavor text. Thank you. I wrote all of the flavor text, and I made all the perks. And a very talented artist made the art, and Greg put the UI together. So it's a team effort. And Greg had the overarching design of it. Yeah, definitely a fine line between making it fun and too realistic, indeed. Because a lot of suggestions we get is based on realism. It's like, oh, they should do this. And then you kind of dig into it and you go like, okay, well, let's really game it out. Like, is this good for the game? Is it fun? Not just is it fun, but does it add something like really to the immersion of it? Like, for instance, one of the things that came up recently was, you know, you click a backyard plot and you order something like pigs. Well, let's just say goats again, because I wanted goats here. And they just arrive immediately. There they are. It's like, why don't they come in from off the map? That's what someone said. It's like the livestock trader should bring them in. And it's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe. We do that with mules and horses and ox. And we know the pain that we have in making sure they come in properly, but forgetting that. And we do it with pasture animals. So maybe, but does that really add anything? What would that really do? You know, is it a huge disconnect to say they don't? Is it really a problem? But I do understand there's like a line in the sand for people. It's like, well, why this and not that? There is a reason for that. It's more to do with early game food and stuff. And like you're just waiting a few minutes for the sake of it. And it just doesn't, I guess it just doesn't really feel like it adds anything. But for like managing a farm with barnyard animals potentially in the future, like cows and stuff, it's like these are purchased through the trader. It's kind of different. The idea is that these guys are kind of, they're supposed to be going and getting their own animals. And you're spending regional, well, I guess you're spending regional wealth anyway, but they're spending their regional wealth for that. That's kind of the idea. And they're looking after them. So it's like they kind of went and got them. You didn't see it, but they came out of their house. You know, they had them. And it's like, it's hard to argue against the realism, but it's kind of hard to argue that it would really benefit the game. But at the same time, it's also a slippery slope where you could probably argue away a lot of the realism of the game. So, you know, you got to balance it, I guess. Anyway, I struggled to gain regional wealth at the start. I find myself building a trading post and exporting planks just so I don't commit financial suicide. Is that intended? It's not fully intended. I never liked the way people trade planks and charcoal. You know, we let them do it. They make their money that way. There's sort of a minimum price. So you kind of you get one log into 5 planks, so you're guaranteed 5 wealth from that. That's fine. But the real intention would be to look at your surroundings and like, you must have something that you can sell. I mean, for instance, I had rich mushrooms. This is way more food than we need. You can sell those. It's 3 a piece. It's pretty good. You don't really need to go through a deforestation economy. Wild animals. Obviously, I got a rich one, so that's good. But they make pelt. Pelt can be sold for 3 or something. Like, I think it's 2, but I have a perk that gives it to be 3. So that's really good. That's how I'm making my money. And I didn't re-roll. I was just going to play with whatever I got. Now, if I had said I got stone, I'd be making mortar. And mortar can sell pretty well. You turn every 1 stone into 2 mortar. Sell that. Why not? Salt sells for 4, I think. It's pretty good. Sell that. If you didn't have these. So you either have iron or salt. You either have fish or animals. What's the other one? You either have berries or mushrooms. And you always have 2 rich deposits. Or 1 rich deposit and rich fertility. So for instance, this region here that we claimed, it's got rich iron, but it's also got rich fertility. So then the play would be to sell stuff that you farm. Or sell the iron, obviously, here. Now, you did say early on, which is fair. Like, super early on, if you've only got 5 or 6 houses, like, I guess your goal isn't necessarily be making much money at that stage. A lot of people go, like, I need to get my first veggie plot going. It's like, no, you don't. You don't really. Not really. You know, the first tier of house requires a forage good and a vegetable. Sorry, a forage good or a meat and fish. And you'll always start with a meat or a fish and a forage good. You'll always start with that. So you don't need vegetables. People just think they do. So I would argue, like, you don't really need the money that badly until you can set up whatever your region's strength is. And you can always do that. So that's my advice. Whatever you got rich, you can sell it and make money. Dress stone too? It's 7 a pop? Yeah, dress stone is awesome. Dress stone needs a major trade though. I was just saying early on. Without major. Actually, I think salt needs major as well, doesn't it? So that's a good point. Anyway, hopefully that kind of answers the question. It's like, it's not intended really that you sell timber. You should have a better option. But I'm not going to stop people from doing it, you know? How many of those did we make? 6? Okay. Do I have much iron left now? 35 slabs. Wow. And still a bunch. So that's done now, right? You're done? He's still mining, but there's nothing here anymore. Alright, bloom it, please. And we're going to look to bring in iron ore. And we're going to look to always have, I don't know, 10. So just buy it up to that point. What else do we need to do? I've been very slow at, I mean, I've been slow generally, but yeah, mortar. So that was here. So we'll add people to the lime kiln. How much fuel do we have? We're getting a bit low on fuel. Could we increase that again? It might be time to get a charcoal kiln, actually. Food is through the roof and fine. And we can't even keep up with that, really. So that's fine. Yeah, that's cool. Forager hut, you're good. It's September. The harvest is happening. So we should be making 52 quinces. Love to see it. That's at their max maturity now. These are almost at their max. They're 2/3 in, actually. So they're not at their max, but yeah. So far, 25. Not great, honestly. Although I guess it is much smaller than this one, so it does make sense, yeah, thinking about it. Okay, fair enough. And we have that pollination bonus, ever so slightly. Good. Good to see that actually just having an effect. Something I just realized, we're making wax and honey, but we should sell that. Can't use it. Is it treated as a food? Or crafting material, maybe? Honey, there we go. This actually is a major trade, though. Oh, who made that rule? Exports. It's kind of a lot of money to pay for these. How much honey do we have? 39. Wow. Okay, it is worth it then. Oh yeah, it was right there actually, and we have 12 wax. I'll let the wax just build up. But it's a bit of a shame. I might look into that and change that even soon. Because you don't need it, and it's just a burden to have it. So paying to get a trader just to get rid of it, not ideal. So I might make a note of that. It's because honey and wax are used for things that we decided not to ship with this update, so they will have a use in future. I don't have my pen anymore, I dropped it. But yeah, honey is going to be used for different foods. And wax has a use for candles and some other things. Yeah, let's see if I can get them out of the major tray. It's playing speed 1 if you're overwhelmed. Yeah, indeed. Or 2. Speed 2 I find to be like a nice. I mean, the game is pretty slow, but speed 2 is like good if you're busy and doing things. Like this keeps things happening at larger towns, and it doesn't look too crazy. And tends to not have that pathfinding issue that we have. You're full up, are you? Good to see. Are you full? Yes, sir. And you're now making your iron parts. The joiner... Oh yeah, we already made a bunch of shields. We're ready to have another unit. You need improved armor and stuff in the future. Might tell these to stop buying sheep now. We're getting quite low on wealth. I wonder, has the market been affected by how much we've traded? No, the global market supply... Oh, actually, I'm not looking at the right thing. Nope, still okay. Pelts. 17 pelts, 24 hides. We could turn the hides into leather and sell them for good money. We've 76 yarn. Wow. Have we started meeting that garments demand? We have. We've caught up. That's great to see. Because I thought maybe we might need another one, but I don't think so. It looks like they have everything they need for all our tier 2 houses. Yep, great. So that leaves tier 2. Oh, dude, I totally forgot about ale. Oh, wow, we're on 81% approval. That gives us our new... We get 10 influence per month. And we get passive income from level 2 Burgersplatz, another additional 1. And 2 monthly migration. Awesome. So yeah, approval plus 2 monthly migration. Sweet. I love seeing, like, for so long these things didn't display properly, so it's so nice reading it. And it's like, it makes sense, it's there. Great. So yeah, we're just looking to get these guys. So they have their mortar, it's just the clay tiles. So I put someone on the furnace. Oh no, I just built the furnace. There we go. Get that going. That'll be it. We'll get our clay tiles. Another source of early money is clay, actually. I know you don't start with much, but you don't need... Oh, I guess you can save it for your tier 3 houses, but you can make money using that too. This economy is going great. Yeah, you can pay for it with the starting money. That's a good point. Oh, right. Oh yeah, we needed that treasury. I bought units, but we actually needed it to colonize the other territory. I forgot about that. And start farming and building that town up. We need 250, so we'll try to work towards that. Is there any more There won't be any more bandits now. How's the AI doing? Hey, they have a stone church before me. Jealous of the AI's quarry. It's easy stone. Easy money. Alright. How are we doing now? Still 0 roof tiles. Come on, man. Work those tiles. Big old bag of clay right there. Got 2 clay in storage. I really love that you can see the items when they're placed down. I was saying it'd be cool to see that in Anno, because there's some buildings that have really beautiful models and they have stacks of like bronze at the bronze furnace. And it's like, man, if you just had a little dynamic thing that like loaded those in, the more you had in storage, that'd be really cool. It's still cool, but I like that this game does that. It's a nice detail. It's probably a pain in the ass to make it work, but it's nice. Never actually built this. I kind of want to save my money. Oh, we've got good money now. We need more to build up, though. So that's done. Could look to get a butcher, but I don't really need the meat. We're totally good. Small game is at 104. Honestly, playing like this makes me think I should nerf this. Although it's because of the perk, I suppose, that I took that made it even better. And the dog. Yeah, the dogs, right? That little guy, he doubles the amount we get. It's really good. It's like The Last of Us. I don't know if you actually see these guys getting hit, if that was ever done. It was done for the deer, originally. There's the arrow. There it is. It's hard to see. Oh, maybe I could, Got him. Oh, the save game. Oh, the arrow's flying above him. Actually, we're targeting maybe this one. Oh, I think we missed. No, I didn't even see that arrow. It went over there. Oh, he must have got one. Oh yeah, he did, under the tree. The dog has it. Oh. It's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen. Is it possible to get 80 or higher approval when you only have one? No, it isn't actually. Yeah, that's semi-intentional. It's known, I guess. But the way it works at the moment is you actually need more and more categories to fulfill to reach higher tiers of approval. So in order to reach 100%, you'll actually need like tier 3 houses. And I think that's kind of good. I like that for gameplay anyway. don't know if it makes much sense for the people that are there. It's like they're not fully happy until more of them are happy, I guess. Yeah, there's likely to be more changes with this in future, I think, but because we've got another couple ideas for it. But for now, we're quite happy with that. I mean, you can reach 100, so it's all good. But yeah, you do need to reach tier 3. It was driving me crazy. Yeah, no worries. It isn't communicated anywhere, I don't think. No. What are they missing? Oh yeah, the church access. Right, while I'm waiting for that, we are making it soon. Need the importing of... Oh, well, I was going to go to the farming region. Yeah, we don't want to import that stuff. We'll make it ourselves. Bonk. Alright, the church is now going to be upgraded. Alright, it's just a matter of time now to make enough money. Did we sell all our honey? Nope. But yeah, I want to make enough money to settle that other region and then get farming. We can get farming pretty quickly. If we could do it by March next year, that'd be ideal. Get everything set up over there. Not too far from that. We're at 187. If I could tax that 100%, maybe. I guess what I could do is actually just get more tier 2 houses as well. It makes more money for us. I'll leave that for now. Ooh, negative 178. Oh, we're buying the iron ore, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe we'll cut that out for a little bit. Oh, we're importing rough stone. Let's stop doing that also. We now have 84 dressed stone. I don't think it'll be profitable to sell it back. We'll keep it for building walls, I guess. But you can finish what you're doing, and you can as well. Yeah, that's where my money's been going. I forgot. I thought it was like the sheep, but obviously we're still buying all that stuff. It should just come up passively now. What happened? It collapsed. Rebuild. Okay. Did it say? Very weird. Whoop. I think stone churches need a supply of stone, otherwise they collapse. But while it was being upgraded, that shouldn't happen. Or at least that was a mechanic we had for a while. I think I said we should remove that because it doesn't really make sense to just have to bring stone all the time. We were going to add it as maintenance. Yeah, weird. I don't know. God punish me. I like how they have to take it all down. So that means I spent twice the amount. Yeah, basically. Damn. I wonder if I deleted it, would I have gotten this stuff back? Yeah, really expensive. It's like one of the worst things to have to repair. I hope it doesn't happen again. Wow, we have 11 unassigned families. Damn. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot it gives you influence. Oh, there is maintenance pending for, but it's only for rubble. That's my guess. That's a bit of a shame. So if you don't give rubble, so the stone, frequently enough, like let's say you run out and you never give it to it, there's a chance, it should be pretty low, that it collapses. I guess somehow when I clicked build, it was probably looking for stone, it was never given and then just collapsed immediately or something. I don't know, this seems like a oversight. Have to look into that. Oh, well anyway, it looks good now though, especially when the trees will come in. That's gonna look great. Look at this. Da, 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 da. I mean, this isn't the best. If we could just carve through that, that'd be nice. Alright, so we're into January. I've got 210 regional wealth. We need just a bit more before we can start my farming. $83 as well. That's pretty good. We make more money that way. No more available houses though. I don't know if I should scale up anymore. We've got 41 families. How many? 39 plots. Alright, I'll get one more then just to even it out. I don't know. It's kind of space here. Sure. Oof, that's not right. Let's go this way. Whatever. 348, that's what I like to see. Alright. Gonna do some pretty severe taxes. Negative 70, that's pretty rough. Let's do 50%. For sure. Give me half your wealth. We need it. Maybe I should come back on Friday and stream more, and then we could finish this run or something. Because I don't think I'll have the time tonight. It's getting pretty late. Would be good to get the other region just started though. They should perhaps start walking to pick them up a few days before. They do. That's why it's like it seems like it's probably bugged. Because what's supposed to happen is when you build something fresh, it'll say maintenance pending. It's not supposed to give you that penalty straight away because we had this issue with. Like you build a building, you assign someone to it, and straight away it's saying like it's running inefficiently because you don't have your maintenance resource. And that was actually why in the previous beta we included the tool cost with the building, because then we just gave it to everyone. We started every building on 100% maintenance. But we were like, we should really make them pay for the tool. But then obviously people were like, man, it's really rough to get tools to build things, especially because you need them to make the tools themselves. It's like, yeah, we knew that, but we were like, we thought maybe it'd be okay. Anyway, then we found the solution. It's like, oh, we could just make it as a pending thing, no punishment. Let the building run as a couple times safely. But if like a month passes without it, then they get the punishment. So that seems reasonable. So that should be happening to that, but it's probably not happening to this because this is a weird type of this is handled differently than all the others because it's not a production building. That'd be my guess. So yeah, so there's something there. Anyway, I'm heading off. Have a good night, speaking late, and thanks for the compliment. I like my username as well, Pompeyage. Yeah, thank you. Quintinium. For some deep mines, you had the same problem? Okay, yeah. Make a note of it. Got a few notes now tonight. Icons not showing on requirements. People walking slowly some reason. It sometimes says 30 days when it should be 365 days for burgage plots. Honey should be a minor trade and wax. And now collapsing church / building. Alright. There we go. We were taxed. Hit that 48%. We're still respected though, even with that level of tax. How much money do we have? 274. That's enough. That's all we need. Okay, where will we build? We'll wait till spring because otherwise these people might die. We want that river to or pond to soften up. We're at February 8th, yeah. Okay, cool. And we're low on fuel. Do we have people on this? Let's tell them to get all of the trees out here. And we'll ease up on the taxes. Nice. Market's working surprisingly well. Because it's, you know, I'm just used to these things having lots of issues. It's so great to see, like, it's just working, at least for me on this run, you know. Everyone's got what they need. The UI is relaying that information correctly. It's just the beverages we're missing now. Alright, we're basically at the end of the winter, so let's build ourselves the settlers camp. So somewhere here. I think it just gets removed after you give people houses anyway, doesn't it? Town, farming village, forest village, mining village. We'll just start modest. That's totally fine by me. Oh, thank God. Alright, good. Region settled. Are we giving an ox? We are. Excellent. How much wood do we have? 8. Okay, it's just like starting again. Yeah, fresh start. Do I want to build this? Maybe over here. Get to work, lads. Two little baby houses, no backyards. Alright, second region settled. Botched, bloomery. So that's because they don't have enough maintenance. Needs maintenance. So that means that they took something in and they didn't put something out. And they botched it. And they're pending resources. Do we not have any tools? Oh yeah. Do we have iron? 32 slabs. No, we're good. Nice. How many granary storehouse per house should we have in this current state? Hey mister, how you doing? Hey Fari. Faridovic. I'm doing good, thank you. I should know that off the top of my head, but I don't. So it's based on the stall amount. I guess there's no clear answer. So a level 1 plot has a requirement for 2 foods. One stall can hold 20. So that means one stall can do 10 houses, right? Because it's got 20 food. Every house needs 2 food as a requirement. So one stall to 10 houses. But that begins to change when you start leveling up, right? Because now we're looking to take in 4 foods for a house. So stall, one single stall, cannot supply nearly as much as it could before. It can only do 5. And then that gets even harder at the next tier. So this will change dynamically based on that. You know, as you level up more houses, then it's not going to be able to get as much from the same stalls. So that's why I guess there's no clear answer. The storage capacity of a common goods stall is increased though. Oh no, it was, wasn't it? Oh, maybe not. I thought it used to be. Oh no, it's the other way around. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, food is up to 40. Sorry, food is up to 40. Storehouse, because you generally need less clothes and firewood. So they're kept a bit smaller. But yeah, for food, because we've increased the demand so much, they can hold up to 40. So yeah, I guess at the beginning of the game then, it's the other way around, right? You need 20. You can feed 20 tier 1 houses from one stall. And then 10 when you get to tier 2. The bug with deep mining is fixed, yes. We'll have a deep mine over here, actually. We can supply ourselves with iron, actually. That's a great thing. Let's get chopping. And yeah, let's get some houses along this road, I guess. Pretty standard. We'll have to wait for a bit more wood to come in. Let's do another one here, though. Damn, that predefined little grid thing annoys me sometimes. Yeah, it's like smaller than those ones were. Guess that's what we want, but we just need more wood. Nice, we'll have fish, so they'll have their meat supply, they have their foraged supply. A little bit of stone, a little bit of clay, rich iron, and then, most importantly, super fertile. And if we take the fertility at elevation perk, or whatever it's called, the Weiss, is it? Whedon Hinterlanders? Efficient farming at elevation, we'll get 20% extra. Cheaper animal imports, and increased mining. We have rich iron here. This is the one we'll choose. Almost like I planned it. It's almost like I designed it. Is it better? Yeah, definitely better to start over. I would recommend so. On this latest update, the economy is going to be a bit more of a shock to you, though. It's a bit, well, it depends how you play, but it's harder to come by regional wealth, at least early on. It's fine afterwards, but you might have to. You'll notice like a lot of trade items have been nerfed. Your save might work, but I would recommend a new start. But your save might work. It could be worth trying it if you wanted to. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about that. I don't mind talking a little bit about upcoming stuff, like to almost like to speculate. I just didn't want people coming in and being like, what's happening next? You know, or what are you doing next? Like, what's coming next? When's the next update? When's this happening? When's this coming out? I just didn't want that too much. So it's cool to like chat a little bit about it, you know. Just realized I've been like off center this whole stream. Oh well. Sinking down into the bottom right corner. Wasn't really looking. Anyway, we're going to wrap up in 7 minutes. I think I'll come back again on Friday and we'll play a bit more. This has gone well. I mean, Sanat Huja paid for the entire stream, obviously, with his 50 gifted subs and his $112 donation. But shout out to everyone else who dropped anything, which was Bouncy and CM. Alright, what do we got now? Oh, we've got loads of wood. Great. You kind of get a big batch of it real quick because they fell like a bunch of trees, and by the time the ox brings them over, then it kind of all adds up. Just want to get them their houses so they're not so unhappy. I don't want to double plat, do we? I guess we'll do this. Alright, cool. So that'll be room. These have the fresh settlement bonus, do they? I think they do. And so we give them their extra house. So they'll be growing at 1 per month as well. So it's a pretty quick way of getting them back up and running. Let's move this hitching post over here. Wait for those supplies. Oh yeah, we need to put them into storage and stuff. So a storehouse somewhere nearby here would be ideal for the iron. Granary more over toward the left between these two resource deposits. I guess anywhere here is fine. We could then think about fishing. Just pop it somewhere like here. And then for the berries, build a little trail out there. We can choose the perk. The Whedon Hinterlanders. Along the walled knob lie steep fields and iron hills, where herds graze thin pastures and every harvest is hard won. Yet we could not guard against the greed of men, and so we were left with nothing. Still we journeyed on, carrying with us the craft of turning hard land into plenty. Let's go. Forager hut, please. Somewhere there is probably fine. Just away from the houses. Just didn't want to destroy too many trees. There's a lot here. You know, oh sorry. I just oh yeah, I read that. You know, because of you, I played Satisfactory, and now Manor Lord. What was that, Rose? Oh right, okay. Because of you, I played Satisfactory, and now Manor Lords. WD, I live your playthrough. I love your playthrough. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's very kind. Thank you, and that's awesome to hear. Yeah, I'm really lucky, man. I get to just play games and share great stuff with people, and they seem to always enjoy it, so it's really nice. Is the nerf to saw pits to curb against deforestation as an easy money focus early? No. Are you talking about the nerf as in there's only one family now? It's because only one family could actually operate it at a time. So there was no need for the second family. Like if you look at the space for the person to do the sawing, there's only one person that can do it. So that was pointed out by the AI program actually. He was like noticing, when he was looking at AI and thinking, should 2 families be assigned to this? He was like, well, why? It doesn't make any difference. So he was like, well, can we get rid of this? And he's like, yeah, that's a great point. So yeah, Like the other family might help move things a little bit, so it is a small nerf, but it was made for the reason of, I guess, for the AI, but also just the fact that only one can really work it at a time. I wouldn't recommend. Yeah, I would recommend building 2 if you really want double the output. And then it's the same thing, really. You know, no big deal. Because it doesn't really cost. It costs what, 1 log to build another one. So then you have your 2 families actually doing double the work. All right, we'll look back on these guys in a minute. Ooh, the trees are coming in. Nice. The quinces should be kind of done now this year. And these will be done next year. Actually, they'll be kind of done at the end of this year. I think we built them halfway through the year. Place is making really good money as well. And clothes are all good. Everything's good. I'm surprised I've done... I guess I should. Consider I work on the game, but I'm surprised I've done as well as I have. What are we missing, though? You guys are missing something. Animal produce and fruits. Oh, yeah, we're waiting for the next fruit harvest. And, yeah, we were going to get more... Maybe I should turn these into orchards instead. Smaller orchards. Because I think we're okay for veg, right? Yeah. Let's do that. Nice thing is, if you delete these and just rebuild them, the material to rebuild them is already here, so they don't have to... They don't take very long. Maybe we can get pears now on the small ones, now that we've got more money. They're quite expensive, though. They'll take a real long time to mature, but they do yield a lot. They're ready to go. Bonk. How much is it? 90? 90 for each. 30 for these ones. Yeah, let's do 30 on these. There we go. Nice to meet a lead nerfing dev. Yeah. I nerfed me too. I play the game too. I nerfed me as well. That's the thing people don't understand. Pelts get tanned into leather, which are needed to make shoes. Pelts... No, that's not true, Nurgle. Pelts only can be sold. Hides get tanned into leather. It's not the same as it used to be. From wild animals... So we changed it, right? Is that wild animals used to be deer, but if you zoom in and look, there are rabbits now. So you don't get hides from these, and you don't tan their pelts into shoes or anything. Instead, you just get pelts. And pelts are like little furs that can be sold for money. Now, in the future, maybe, and I genuinely mean maybe, we don't know exactly, but if there's like a tier 4, a higher tier, a nobility kind of thing, it's like maybe they want some pelts for themselves, you know? That could be like an additional clothing item, but it doesn't really fit a tier 1. And the reason we made it not deer is because historically deer weren't allowed to be hunted. It was like banned. And that's kind of why we had a policy called hunting grounds. It was to tie into that. So we're reworking policies. The deer will come back. Venison will be a meat. And that stuff will happen like in the future. But for now, in order to allow tier 1 to kind of get out of the well, first of all, they don't even need clothing at tier 1 anyway, so you're fine. But in order to give people a little bit of money, we said like people used to sell leather and hides, right, for money. So it's like, well, give them pelts and they can at least sell that now. So hopefully they don't feel like they've been nerfed. That was kind of one of the reasons to give them something. It's such a... Yeah, no worries. A lot of people do. I think it's confusing because Greg made it the same... The pelts are the same icon as hides were, but there's a new hides icon. So it's totally understandable that people would look at the icon and be like, well, it's obvious... like, why can't I make shoes? There's so many comments about, like, why aren't these being turned into shoes? The cobblers are broken. It's like... Cobblers are actually only needed at tier 3 now. Shoes aren't required until level 3. And yeah, you need hides for that. And that's actually why passively in the background I'm building up hides. You get hides from goats. And also from sheep if you butcher them. So I like just passively getting it from the goats. It's not really enough to keep up with shoes if you have a lot of tier 3 houses. But at least we'll have a buffer for a while. So we've got 50 in storage. It's like in the textiles category. So you got that. Storage. So you go in there, sir. And did I make the granary? Yep. You go in there, sir. Thank you. You guys can chill. We'll need firewood. Firewood! Really very grid-like here. We have the forager hut. What? It's April, yeah, cool. Get some starter food in. Get some starter food in there. Perchance. Perhaps. Maybe. Mm-hmm. And a well. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Let's go really far to get that. Yikes. Alright. The nobility has something to say about all the poaching going on. Extra poached. We were watching Hell's Kitchen. Was it? Yeah, Hell's Kitchen. I always get Kitchen Nightmares mixed up. And they were poaching something, and some guy was making fun of like posh people who order poached food, and he's like, "I'd like that one extra poached." And it's just stuck in my head. Anyway, unlock other games where the policymakers don't play. The rules for thee and not for me. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, a lot of... I mean, frankly, almost every developer doesn't really play their game, because they're more focused on making the game, and that's fine. I worked at Creative Assembly, and when you're on big teams, like 90% of the team have no interest in playing the game, let alone not having the time to. But I think it's a common thing. I don't know why, but designers over time get tired of their own... Like, they understand how the game works, they know how it works, so they don't really get the satisfaction and enjoyment of playing it. I love it. Dude, I'm excited. I've been working on this for a year and a half. I change a full stop in a tooltip and I'm in there checking it, you know, because I think it's awesome to see. Let alone, like, I'm the one that, like, made the foods all expanded and stuff, and that was, like, such a huge change, and I was a bit nervous, like, how's it going to go, and was I going to mess up Greg's game, basically, and was he going to be really annoyed at me, but everyone seems, the feedback has been great, so I'm thrilled. And I think he's, like, softened up on me a bit, where he's like, okay. Maybe he's not too crazy. Now, what's this? Negative 0.25 for the forager hut for Of the Voidland. That seems wrong. Yeah, it shouldn't be there. Vegetable gardens efficiency and fields, not foraging. I'm going to write that one down, see if we can get that fixed. The void. I don't think it actually has any material effect anyway, but it might do. Because... they're just picking what's already there. I don't know what minus 25% would really do. It could be a negative 0.25 chance that you don't get one when you pick it. That could be the case. Yeah, see if we can fix that. Or look into it, see if it's doing anything. I will say, I do play the game a lot, but I actually very rarely play for a really long time. I play the early game like over and over again when I'm just testing and playing, like checking out different things. It has been a while since I've gone like multiple regions, trading between them, building an army. Like, it's been a while. I have done it probably about 3 months ago though, but not for this update, so this has been a while. What are wooden parts used for? Does anybody know? I can't remember. Thank you, ECUS. Yeah, I'm just one very small cog in the machine. Greg is the guy you should be thanking for the game. Trebuchets? Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely have a use later. I'm so convinced they have a use right now. They're not used for crossbows. That's iron parts. I had them as a maintenance for windmills, and Greg was like, no, I don't really like that. There's supposed to be something else. I feel like they have one use in the game, but I just can't think of what it is. What would it be? I don't know. I don't think anything is used to build them. Like, needed to build them. I don't know. I guess maybe nothing. I don't know why I can't think right now what they would be. You have to find something that uses it. But yeah, I don't know. Look at all these things. That's interesting. Siege ladders. What could that mean? You slag. A dead body. No, I guess there's no. It's not used for anything. I mean, I don't know why. It was. Definitely was. At some point, but I can't think of anything right now. I do remember having it as an upkeep, a maintenance item for the windmill. But I remember Greg saying, I don't like that. Remove it. So I did. So maybe nothing. Maybe just to sell them for now. And I remember thinking, like, so artisans need tools for upkeep. And I thought, like, oh, certain artisans could maybe use wooden parts for upkeep. But yeah, I guess not. I guess not. No, crossbows is iron parts. Yeah, it's one plank, one iron part. I don't know. I guess nothing. Yeah, weird. That's a weird one. But it's funny that you say that because I guess it has no use. It 100% did have a use before though. You can sell them. So, well, actually, can you? You might not even be able to. I feel like I made it so you couldn't sell weird, small, intermediate things. You're supposed to actually refine them into other things. So you might not even be able to sell it. Thinking about it. Oh, there it is. You know, you can. It's not worth much though. It's worth 3. That's the approval here. Tis climbing. So we have your well. Oh yeah, we don't have a market. So silly. This will be the last thing I build. I think I'll come back on Friday and we'll play more. This has been fun. And people have been nice and respectful, so that's good. I was worried, like... I don't know. I was just worried. That's a nice looking tent. Or canopy. Right, I think I'll save it there. So yeah, on Friday I'll be back. Tomorrow I have a video coming out. So Friday I'll come back if you're around. Same rough time, probably in the evening, UK time. But the plan anyway will be to set up trade between this region and this region. There may be an update by then, actually. We're trying to get one out by the end of the week if we can. Just for some of these smaller glitches, like the Ox's legs are broken for certain GPUs. We have a fix for it. Yeah, and then we're going to be trying to build a little army and push back against these guys. I don't know what happens in this game if we attack the AI. Nothing, right? I don't think they really fight back. I mean, they try, but they don't. So yeah, we'll see. But really, I'm more interested in fighting the Baron anyway, for now. Maybe claiming this region, bring the 3 together. So that'll be it. Thought I was missing something with them. Yeah, no worries. Please stream again. This was fun. Yeah, I think on Friday I will. Pretty sure, unless I get told I'm not supposed to do this or something, but I'm pretty sure I was given consent. Anyways, right, so yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm pretty happy with this so far. I know I played it really slow. You could do all this in like an hour if you know what you're doing. But it was fun to answer questions, look into things, and try to build certain things to be kind of nice. I like the look of this. I think it's cool, the orchards. But yeah, so we're leaving things on a pretty good note. Most things are fulfilled. Once the next harvest comes in for orchards, I think we'll have all the animal produce / fruit category fulfilled. This splits, I think, when we get to tier 3. So you'll have to do fruits on its own, I think. I think, anyway. But we have, yeah, animal produce here. There's still a few houses I never actually gave backyards. They were reserved, I thought, you know, for other workshops in the future. So we'll see if we can fill them in. And how's our troops? Yeah, we have 36 spears, 36 crossbows, 12 retinue. Just boost the population a little further and we'll get another couple units. And that should be really all we need, I think, to start challenging the boy. All right. Whoops. That'll be it for me. We'll save that one as Stream World or Stream 1. But yeah, thanks again for everyone being so chill, being so kind, and all the kind words. Again, I'm a really small cog in the game. While I might have had a bigger impact with design and stuff, the team really are the people like actually implementing it like properly. I do very small things. So, you know, shout out to Greg. It's his game, and he's like I mean, it's so brown nosy to say, but he is such an inspiration. Like, I love watching him work and seeing his commits to the project, so I can actually read all his code and see how he does things. It's like I love doing it, and the programmers as well. And then the artists, like, it's like I could never in a million years imagine how you can like draw anything, let alone come up with like such cool looking screens and artwork for all this stuff. So I'm really happy to be able to work on this project. So cool. And a game that's also like has such a wide reach. I'm really lucky to be able to do that. So it's awesome. And then for people to come and hang out and support the stream as well, it's amazing. So really appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Yeah, another Anno video I think tomorrow, and then a stream again on Thursday or Friday. I want to play Surviving Mars relaunch. I might stream that the weekend or something. I'd like to do videos on it, but it's good to learn these games on streams and then do series after the fact. So that's going to be it for me. I'll try to come back with a bit more energy. I've just been a bit tired lately, but it's kind of unpredictable, but hopefully it'll be all good. Thank you, and good night. By the way, if you want to check out Manor Lords, obviously please do check it out on Steam. Manor Lords. It is on Game Pass if people want to try it. Some people are unsure about if it runs well. The beta is only available on Steam, so the version we're playing. And that's due to various reasons, but also like translation stuff has to be done last. So once that's all done, it'll be pushed to everywhere, of course. And on Epic, of course. And then also check out the Discord. The Manor Lords Discord is where Greg is. And he'll be responding to people, and he's been reading the beta feedback. And there's like a channel in there specifically for like if you're in the version 0.46, no, I was gonna say playtest, but beta, you can kind of give feedback there. But then there's a little forum channel where you can just make a thread about anything, suggestions if you have suggestions. You know, people often DM me things, and that's great, I don't mind, but you should really put it there because other people can see it and vote it up. And like I mentioned earlier, it's really community led. Like Greg really does go by like what a lot of people want if he can. So when you put your ideas in front of other people, even if it just gets like 10 upvotes, it kind of has more consideration on the development floor, as it were. So I recommend going there, and that's the same place you go if you have bugs. So even just today, you know, I've got a little list I wrote down of like 5 little things that I think we can try to address. So I'll be like, well, I won't post a bug report, but I'll post it in my own, in our development Discord, obviously, to see if we can get those nailed down. So yeah. All right. Anyways, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your evening and week/weekend if I don't see you. Take it easy and goodbye. Goodbye. Good night. I've been watching The Burnt Peanut, and he's like, good night. Good night. Good night. And he'll do that for like 5 minutes straight. And I find it funny. Bye-bye.